Good evening. Welcome to the City Council meeting. It's Tuesday, April 5th. It's 7 p.m. and I'm calling this meeting to order. I'd like everyone to rise. I'd like to start out the meeting with a moment of silence for Leah Victoria Soresby. Thank you. Our city attorney will lead us in the invocation and the pledge of allegiance to the flag.
Heavenly Father, we come to you today asking for guidance and wisdom and support as we begin this meeting. Help us to engage in a meaningful discussion, allow us to grow closer as a group, and nurture the bonds of our community. Fill us with your grace as we make decisions that might affect the residents of the city of Oldsmar. Continue to remind us that all that we do here today, all that we accomplish is for the betterment of the city of Oldsmar. This we pray.
Amen.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Please be seated. I'd like to start out by reading the processes that we will do this evening for the open forum. Due to the high interest for the density ordinance public hearing and the concerns for the recent tragedy on St. Petersburg Drive, we can expect a much higher than normal turnout for tonight's council meeting. We have the following procedures in place to reasonably ensure everyone has the opportunity to speak. City staff is counting members of the public entering council chambers. When the public room has nearly met capacity with at least 5 people queued to speak, we will close the building and start forming lines outside. Line A will be for everyone who wishes to speak on any topic other than density. That is the open forum line. Line B will be for everyone who wishes to speak on the public hearing for the density ordinance. That is the agenda number 9 and 10. Speakers are set up outside so that will broadcast the meeting for those who are waiting in lines. State Street Center is open and will broadcast the live stream meeting. The first speakers will be those in council chamber. When the last 5 people queued to speak have spoken, they will leave the building to allow for 5 more people to come inside from the line. The rotation will continue until all speakers have had an opportunity to address council. Deputies and firefighters are stationed at the doorway lines and State Street Center to assist and reasonably ensure everyone has the opportunity to speak and hear the meeting. We are a community. This setup will only work if we all work together. Please be patient, wait your turn, and be quiet for those around you. It will be tempting to cheer, boo, and comment as you hear your fellow community members speak. However, cheers, boos, comments interfere with the rights of your fellow community members who are trying to listen. Each person will have 5 minutes to speak. The city clerk uses a timer for this purpose. She will interrupt you if you continue to speak past the alarm. When you approach the microphone, state your name and your address for the record. Your 5 minutes will then begin. Recognizing this might be a late meeting and many folks cannot stand for a long time, I am asking for speakers with children and those with disabilities to speak first. So let's get started. This side of the room, who would like to go first? Now, if you want to speak on items 9 and 10, we have to wait. This is, okay? All right, Jerry and Tozy, you want to go first?
I'm not bringing my cane tonight. Started physical therapy on my knee. Jerry Antozzi, 509 Shore Drive East in Oldsmar. And it's great to see each of you. I'm the volunteer curator at the Oldsmar Historical Society, and we have 3 upcoming events in this month. This Saturday, we have a special program at Tico Hall at the Oldsmar Public Library, and the program's gonna be Oldsmar's Past brings Lou Gim Gong and R.E. Olds together in Oldsmar, Florida. We have special guests, and from the president of the Florida Chinese Cultural Center, the principal of the Tampa Bay Chinese School. There's going to be 4 performances by the Tampa Bay Chinese School dance class. And we're going to have our special guest, our city historian, Gerald Beverlin, he's back here, and he's going to be honored. So come out, and it's free. It's from 10 to 11:30, free refreshments, and it'll be a fun time. April 10th, which is this Sunday, is the Oldsmar Cup race at the Tampa Bay Downs. So there's a history to that, but I won't go into a lot of history, but the closest Sunday to April 12th, 1916, when R.E. Olds signed the deed to buy the land to create Oldsmar. The Tampa Bay Downs in Margot always tries to have the Oldsmar Cup closest to that date. So that's going to be this Sunday. The races start in the afternoon, and I tried to look, I think later, mid-afternoon might be when the races start, and the Oldsmar Cup. If you're there, wear your hat like you're at the Kentucky Derby, and right after the race, everyone can get in the picture with the winner. So that's fun, and then you'll see it on the website anyway, but it's a fun afternoon. So it coordinates a little bit with our Oldsmar history. And the last is 2 weeks from today. There's another council meeting, and the Oldsmar Historical Society is going to have an open house. So come a little early, have refreshments, visit our place, and that's from 5:30 to 7 on April 19th. So thank you.
Thank you. Somebody else on this side of the room? Yes.
Mayor, council, staff, community at large. Great to see you all here tonight. Suda Yantas Cologne, 402 Arlington Avenue East, Oldsmar, Florida, our wonderful town of Oldsmar. Great to see everybody coming out to show their support for either side, showing that our community does care for what happens with our city. For me, what I care about that happens with our city is the Little Mermaid show is coming up. April 23rd. Opal Theatre is performing Disney's The Little Mermaid production at 8 p.m. We are opening up at 7 p.m. and we are inviting folks to come out and have dinner and a show. We have vendors, Uncle Dave's Kettle Corn and Pit Stop Barbecue. So we're encouraging folks to come out at 7, grab a bite to eat, and then stay for 8 o'clock performance of The Little Mermaid. It is a full musical dance theater performance right on our R.E. Olds stage, our Elizabeth Smith Amphitheater stage at R.E. Olds Park. This is a free outdoor event, and we encourage all to come out. This is brought to you by Oldsmar Friends of the Arts in partnership with the City of Oldsmar. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thanks, Suda.
Anyone else on this side of the room like to speak about anything? Don?
Thank you. Don McCullers, 343 Country Club Drive. I don't remember, quite honestly, but a lot of things like that today. Did Oldsmar actually accept St. Petersburg Drive from DOT when they built the new State Road 580? So does Oldsmar own that road now, or is it still the state road, St. Petersburg Drive?
It's not a question and answer period. We own it.
I think he's right, but I'd like to hear it from...
Well, it's not a question and answer period right now, but
Okay.
I can get back to you, Don.
Well, and one of the reasons I bring that up is you did mention the tragedy, and during the Oldsmar days, and Mr. Buckman actually brought this up about lowering the speed limit out there on that roadway to 25. I think that's a great first step. I think it should be done now. I don't think we need to wait. I think you're going to hear a presentation about some more of the redevelopment process that's going to take place down there. It's going to help protect the workers. It's going to help protect all of the people down there. I would take it all the way down past Jack Willie's to where the new, the intersection is down there, because it gets it down past the elementary school and everything else. I don't think we should wait for, anything down the road. I think that's something, if we do own that road, which I believe that we do, then I think y'all can implement that immediately. The other thing is I did have the opportunity to go to the library and look at the development that is being planned for the north side of the library there. That is fantastic. Kudos to staff and the city manager for making that agreement come together. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else on this side of the room? Yes.
Hi, everyone. I am Megan Buckman, 310 Washington Avenue, Oldsmar. I'm making emotional. So, the tragedy really hits home for a lot of us with Aaliyah. And part of that is a lot of us, we are a very close community, and St. Pete Drive goes right through the middle of it. And our children walk back and forth all day long, including both our daughters twice a day. And they're at the age that we're not there holding their hand the whole time. And I pray that they are watching around the curves very carefully. But how can we guarantee that? We can't. Tragedy strikes. Tragedy did strike. And unfortunately, I believe if we don't do something now, it may happen again. I'm scared for our children. And I'm sorry, I think the start is if we bring down the speed limit, but we need to do more. We need to make sure that people that are coming through our neighborhood that may not be familiar with it understand that it is a road that they need to be very careful on. And so we definitely need more than just, I believe more than just the diamond sign saying this is a crosswalk. So looking at it very carefully, of course, the improvements down the road, I'm sure are gonna be fantastic. Looking forward to hearing about those, but we need something now, I think, for all of us. So thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks, Megan. My name is Melissa Cuomo. I live at 301 Park Boulevard in Oldsmar. I'm a resident here. And I just think before I get started, sorry, I have 2 young kids. We need to acknowledge the Soresby family that is here tonight. And just your strength has taken my breath away. And I'm here to not only advocate for my children, but also for the Soresby family and Leah. This never should have happened. This is a topic I've asked about for years. My daughters, Eliza and Rose, they go to Oldsmar Elementary School. They started this past August. And I quickly discovered that there are glaring issues with our crosswalks and our routes to school, especially regarding South Bayview Boulevard and Park Boulevard. Because I live within 2 miles of Oldsmar Elementary, transportation is not provided. My girls are considered walkers because of the distance from my house to the school entrance. I found the approved walking route on the Oldsmar Elementary website and discovered the only approved route is from the Abbey at Forest Lakes apartments across 580. It completely cuts off at Chestnut Street and it ignores all of the residents east of Oldsmar Elementary School. And I want to thank Councilwoman Gannon for doing some research and on this issue so we can get the approved walking route updated with Pinellas County Schools and with Oldsmar Elementary. So thank you so much for your work on that. My youngest Rose is in pre-K 3 and my oldest Eliza is in 1st grade. I have to drop them off at 2 different locations at the school per their policy. This is a headache, as many of us can attest to, including Vice Mayor Buckman, because his son also has to be dropped off at the front. First, the pre-K and kindergarten students are dropped off at the front entrance, which is on Dartmouth Avenue. To walk, I would have to walk Dartmouth Avenue from my house on Park Boulevard. There are no crosswalks on Park Boulevard. That means that drivers are not looking out for pedestrians because they don't have to. There are no crosswalks to cross safely. My daughter is tiny, and she has little legs. And God forbid she gets stuck or is too slow. We have to cross Park Boulevard, which is wide, and drivers use it as a speedway. This also means I must cross Bayview Boulevard on Dartmouth Avenue, where again, there is no formal crosswalk. Cars are coming quickly to make the light at 580 in Bayview, and I am supposed to cross within 200 feet of that interchange. Dartmouth Avenue is already a commonly used route in the downtown area. It is not wide enough to accommodate 2 cars, and because of the current state of the sidewalks, pedestrians are commonly forced to walk on the street. This poses many safety concerns for pedestrians and drivers. To walk to the back entrance of the school, I need to use Buckingham Avenue. However, there are no crosswalks on Park Boulevard. And yes, Buckingham does have 2 crossing guards, which make it safer to cross, and I commend them every single day for helping our students get to school safely. But I have witnessed many cars speeding through Bayview and Buckingham, not stopping, while the crossing guard is in the middle of the street, yelling and waving his hands and blowing a very loud whistle. In addition to the lack of approved walking routes for Oldsmar Elementary School, the bus stops for the middle and high schools are on St. Pete Drive. Many students are crossing St. Pete Drive by themselves early in the morning between 6:30 and 6:50 a.m. That's when the high schools get picked up. It is dark outside at that time. Currently, these students are crossing St. Pete Drive and hoping they make it across safely. And of course, considering recent events, it is imperative that the city of Oldsmar take our concerns and make changes for the safety of our children. Leah was 1 year younger than Eliza by 2 weeks. When Councilwoman Gannon spoke to my husband and I, we shared a lot of the same frustrations about the current walking routes and lack of crosswalks in our community. All of you on this council have small children. You understand our frustrations. You understand our worries. Please listen to the concerned citizens and do something now. I understand that things take time, but what can we do now? Thank you.
Come on up.
My name is Jason Soresby, and right now I live in 6940 Manifee Court, Newport Richey. I moved to Florida in 2002 and I moved to Oldsmar, and I've been an Oldsmar resident for years. I love Oldsmar. You know, this is the worst thing that's ever happened to me. And the worst thing that makes it so tragic is that this was an avoidable situation, because there's been complaints about that crosswalk and that intersection for a long time. You know, I can't say how many years, but people have been telling me to complaining. And what hurts me the most is that I had a memorial service for my daughter a couple days ago, and there was a sheriff standing there, you know, and the sheriff was standing there. And we were warned about this intersection for years. Everybody was warned. And now it's so easy for this one sheriff to stand there to watch 80 people, maybe 50 people, have a memorial for my 6-year-old daughter that just passed, with a tragic that my 10-year-old daughter is in ICU, and her mom that was in ICU. You know what I mean? And as easy if it was him to be there, we know the danger of that road. I just don't understand why couldn't one sheriff be sitting there at that moment where there's an Oldsmar Day going on. We know how dangerous that intersection is. I understand and I emphasize the fact that things take time. You know what I mean? But one sheriff would have seen the dude, Eric, whatever his name is, that killed my daughter, whatever he was doing to kill my daughter, could have been stopped if that one sheriff was there. You know what I mean? One sheriff could have stopped. He would have seen the sheriff and he would have slowed down. And it's like, we have to be, I don't want this to happen to anybody's children. What I'm dealing with, I've been through a lot in my life. What I'm dealing with right now, I've never in my life had this much pain. I wake up every morning, and it's not a nightmare. You know what I mean? This could have been avoided, and we are so much better than this as an Oldsmar community. This should be taken care of a long time ago. Because as easy as that one sheriff was there for my little service, for my memorial daughter, he could have been there that night at an Oldsmar day, you know? And that guy would have seen the sheriff and whatever he was doing wrong, because it was a long distance by the time they got hit, he would have seen him and slowed down. You know, there's reckless people out there, and we have to be aware of these reckless people, but there's something that has to be done immediately, because it's going to happen again. And I thank you all for your time. I'm from the humblest of my heart. I'm going through so much right now, but this cannot happen to anybody's child again, because it happened to my 6-year-old baby that I had to see in the coffin the other day, and this was the worst thing I've ever dealt with, and I've dealt with a lot in my life, and this could have been avoided. So thank you for your time, and I pray to God that this gets taken care of as fast as possible so all of our children are safe. Okay, thank you.
Jason, I just want to speak for the council and everyone up here. Our condolences to you and your family. We are so sorry.
Me too. It could have been avoided.
Thank you for coming tonight.
Yes, sir.
Corey?
My name's Corey. I live at 2008 Mandalay Court in Oldsmar. I've been a resident of Oldsmar for 33 years. And I'm the uncle of Leah Soresby. Everybody's touched on a lot of topics, a lot of things that I wanted to say, and I'm very appreciative for everybody that spoke and brought these topics up. I do want to get my thanks out, though. I want to say thank you to Katie Gannon, Mr. Mayor Dan Siraki, Vice Mayor Jared Buckman, who reached out. I want to say thank you to the Oldsmar community. The outpouring of love and support that we got was just amazing. I want to say thank you to the guys over there at Fast Signs who made the memorial signs for us, and they said, "No, we're not taking your money. We're gonna make these for you." They're Eric and Rob, and there was another lady and another gentleman over there. We're very appreciative. I want to say thank you very much to the Oldsmar florists for making the flowers. They were beautiful, and just thank you for everybody making this an issue that needs to get taken care of right now, because this is something the whole community felt. Thank you.
Corey. Jerry? Mayor Jerry?
Jerry Beverly, 512 Pine Avenue South, been here since 1966. There's two things. The first one I want to say that I want to show Jim and that guy right over there, and Doug, that I can get up here and speak within 5 minutes.
The clock started.
We took over St. Pete Drive officially whenever they dedicated the new 580. We own that. The council voted on that to take over that St. Pete Drive, because that was 580 at that time. I had a solution for St. Pete Drive, but I didn't get the backing that I thought I should have gotten. Now you people can do it. When I became mayor at one time, we only had one stop sign in this city. I made some people mad. I didn't really care. After I got through, we had 7 stop signs in this city. You came and asked me, how do I get a stop sign? And I told you how you get a stop sign, didn't I? Because the council had come to the conclusion that if anybody on a road wanted a stop sign, all you had to do was go out there and get signatures from every one of your people that live on that road, and you'll get a stop sign. What did you do? You got the signatures. And I told you, once you got the signature, this council has to, because we made that part of our whatever. I know the city council or the city attorney's going to say, well, we didn't have an ordinance. But you got your stop sign, didn't you, on Washington? The solution to St. Pete Drive that one of the city managers had a cow about, put a stop sign at Bayview and St. Petersburg Drive. Bayview is an incredible, dangerous intersection at St. Petersburg Drive. Put a four-way stop there, and that'll take care of that part. If you have I brought it up, I had the backbone to bring it up, and I preached it. But I didn't get my stop sign there at St. Petersburg Drive and Bayview. And then what you do, at the first 2 weeks, you put a cop out there, and everybody that runs it, and he knows how I am.
I say we put you out.
Yeah, he knows how cranky I can be. A stop sign, four-way stop at St. Petersburg Drive and Bayview. I don't care if people that go through this city, that doesn't, the city manager at that time didn't like the stop sign, but I really don't care. Stopped anyway. And most of the people in St. Petersburg Drive don't live in here to start with. Make them stop at that damn intersection. And you know how bad that intersection is, don't you? I've almost got hit there 3 or 4 times in my damn truck. Because people coming down Bayview, somehow they don't see that sign or anything else. All you have to do is put a warning light 20 feet both ways, stop ahead. Put a stop sign, a four-way stop there, and you'll stop a lot of the damn speeding that goes on St. Petersburg Drive. It's terrible. But thank you, council. Jim and Eric, this guy here, they didn't know how to do it.
You haven't sat down yet.
Clock's still running.
Marty?
Good evening, Marty McDonald, 124 Shore Drive Place. I am wearing sunglasses because I have a migraine, so I'm not trying to be all Hollywood or anything. I also would like to talk about the safety issue at Bayview and St. Pete Drive. It's been going on for a long time. My son is a teenager, almost got hit there, and he is 34 years old now. So those issues have been going on for a long time. There are line of sight issues that make you, if you're stopped at the stop sign, you have to then pull in to the crosswalk to be able to see somewhat each way. And that's one of the issues. We go on. I'm quick about this. I just feel like it's very important to get something done quickly than wait for the traffic calming techniques that we can use as planners and engineers. And I think a four-way stop would be incredible. But it's not the only area of Oldsmar that needs to be addressed. There are so many impassable sidewalks that then make children and adults have to walk out into the road to be able to get to where they want to go. So my concern is this needs to be addressed, all of this, before we add more traffic to our roadways. And you'll be addressing that later. So thank you all for hearing me.
Thank you. Amber?
Amber Stevens, 318 Lafayette Boulevard. I am deeply saddened by the loss of Leah Soresby, a highly tragic accident that may have been preventable with proper traffic control. Bayside and St. Pete is just one of many streets that are dangerous to pedestrians in Oldsmar. I am urging council to make this a priority. Our safety of our residents, and most importantly, our children, is critical. I know everyone on council has young children or grandchildren. Please put yourself in Leah's family's position. And it's nice to have pretty things, but I think downtown can wait. Please make safety a priority. Please hold off on all development votes tonight until you have adequate time to discuss the safety. And Holly would like to say something too.
I'm scared that my little brother might get hit by a car, so please make the streets safer.
My shirt says it all, Mama Bear, and there's plenty more behind me. Thank you, Council.
My name is Angie Armstrong. I live at 3656 Meriden Avenue. On March 26th, an avoidable tragedy occurred just 2 blocks, merely 200 feet from where the people in our community were celebrating together. This obviously is an emotional topic. There are many people present tonight that are here to talk about the severity of this issue, of this safety issue. I'm here to bring to your attention the frequency of this issue. I could stand here and rattle off statistics that you've probably heard before, but instead I want to share with you my personal account. On March 31st, the family, friends, and many members of our community that were affected by this tragedy gathered at the Sunshine Food Mart to honor little Leah and to mourn the life that was taken way too soon. I too attended that memorial for little Leah on the 31st. I parked across the street at a friend's house on the east side of Bayview Boulevard, directly across from the food mart. I had to cross Bayview, so I walked to the northeast corner of Bayview and St. Pete Drive. As per standard precautions, I looked in every single direction multiple times before crossing and stepping into the road with the designated crosswalk. As I began to cross, I could see 2 vehicles traveling south on Bayview stop down at the Buckingham Avenue stop sign. I was crossing Bayview slowly while paying attention to the vehicles that were coming my direction. As I approached the middle of the road next to the grassy median, my intuition told me to stop and wait. Wait and see if they stop, it said. Thank God I listened. I stood and stared at the face of the female driver of this large black SUV as she completely drove over the stop line and fully into the designated crosswalk, while her entire head was turned to the right, looking at the gathering that was happening in the food mart parking lot. As her vehicle came to a stop literally directly in front of me, she only then looked to the left and said, "Oh, sorry," to me through her window. Had I not heard the precaution of God, I too would have been another victim of an oblivious, distracted driver. The community is aware of the city's future plans for St. Pete Drive and this intersection. However, the plans in 2024, 2025 do nothing for our safety now and today. Can you please find some sort of safety measure to put in place immediately, even if it is a temporary solution? Flashing lights, handheld flags. I personally don't know the solution to this problem, but as our elected officials, we're looking to you to expedite a safety measure at that intersection until a permanent solution can be implemented. We all greatly appreciate your attention to this issue, and we look forward to making our city safer for the residents and visitors alike.
Thank you. Thank you for coming.
Thank you.
Thank you. Justin Cuomo, 301 Park Boulevard, Oldsmar. I have 2 opportunities to speak tonight, and in light of the recent events, the first one is about pedestrian safety and our city crosswalks. Before I start, I want to acknowledge tonight's turnout. I'm proud that our residents are involved in our community, but it's also frustrating for me because, well, I think everyone here is a little bit frustrated, and that's why we gathered here. We're frustrated by recent events and events that have been set in motion over the last year or so. I'm sure with the best intentions, but nonetheless, I think citizens have come to feel unheard and disenfranchised. We'll see what this room looks like in a few hours when we're all putting our kids to bed, and even ourselves for work tomorrow because we are in the middle of a work week. And in those absences, this meeting will keep chugging along. Members of the council, I appreciate that you come here and take up a portion of your time with good intentions for this city, and I stand here because I have no choice. I come here to preserve my neighborhood and my community, help protect what we have here, and try to help protect the community. If I wasn't standing here, I'd rather be standing at the DMV than having to be up here. I have my own amount of stage fright. I can appreciate that every member on this council is a parent like myself. In fact, all council members, seats 1 through 4, I know all of you are raising young children, just like my family. My wife was up here earlier. She talked about our kids. What happened on the 26th hit us all in the gut. I know I can rest assured that we are all on the same page about a lot of these problems, fixing our intersections and our pedestrian routes. I'm not sure if we're always on the same page about the broader picture, but I hope that all things are considered in this room tonight. I thank the members of the council for meeting with me on separate occasions. Last week, we spent a few hours providing each other some insight. My kids started at Oldsmar Elementary this year. That's when my wife and I began turning to the council for new solutions, especially on the crosswalks on Park and Bayview, and also St. Pete Drive where we cross to go to the park. I know firsthand that we don't have a safe way to walk to school, which is only 6 blocks away. I know firsthand that the city council members have listened and could relate. I understand that there is a process, and that process I would like to continue to be involved in. I believe there are some things that we can do right away, and understandably some things that require us to seek higher authority from the county and state. I hope we have some workshops and open meetings in the near future, and I hope to see some traffic studies pushed to the absolute top of Pinellas County's agenda, if that's necessary. I believe right now we could take all our existing crosswalks and improve their visibility and consistency. They are incredibly inconsistent and in some places non-existent. We don't need a traffic study to do a lot of those, especially if the crosswalks exist. We could add more lighting at those locations, especially in the morning when it's very difficult to see. We don't just have to have black and white stripes. We've been talking about our city's rebranding agenda. We can add color to that to make it even more visible using our city's colors. From there, we can further our development with rapid flashing signs, roundabouts, and any other solutions that the traffic engineers decide. Most importantly, I hope our city's leadership has a fresh perspective in regards to the city, traffic, and our downtown community. I will be speaking further on the density issue when I give the chance, but I want to advise anyone listening to our problems. Our problems will only get bigger if we focus on more residents in the downtown, and we don't find those solutions today. Growth without a practical plan can only add to the frustration of our community. Thank you.
Anyone else on this side? David?
David McDonald, 124 Shore Drive Place. So listening to this tonight, I want to tell you about my experience about a month and a half ago. I was coming up Bayview Drive at this intersection. I'd stopped at the hotel there at the catty corner, and I saw a large group of students going down the road from the park. There's about 45, but they were in 2 separate routes. One was like 30 students and one was 15. The group that was 30 was with about 4 or 5 teachers. One of the teachers went out into the middle of the intersection at the crosswalk and stood and stopped traffic while the 30 crossed. No vest, no flag, nothing, just walked out there and stopped. Unfortunately, the 2 teachers who were young had the other 15 or 20 behind them, 40 yards. When they got to the intersection, they did not go out to the middle of the intersection to stop. They just escorted the kids right across into the side of the crosswalk. A car then came and stopped within 5 feet of striking 15 kids right in front of me. I called the school and asked them to increase their safety standards and what they could do, and they agreed to do that in their next safety meeting. But my point is that that intersection looks like a 4-way stop. Pedestrians see crosswalks all 4 sides, and they think it's a 4-way stop. The city had to put a little orange sign. They first put a sign that says "does not stop," but now it says "does not stop." But they had to warn people that there's not a 4-way stop there. Well, why not put a 4-way stop there? Listen, this guy right here has got more experience than all of you in his back pocket about city leadership and listening to the people and doing the right things for this community. I think you should listen to him myself. And I'll get the signatures, trust me. I'll get 500 signatures, that's what you need. But something needs to be done about this. And again, we're gonna add on to it later, okay? We're gonna add on to density, we're gonna add on to more traffic problem, and how many more children have to die before we do smart leadership and make responsible decisions in this community? Thank you.
Anybody else on this side? Anybody in the back? Jerry, I'm gonna let you talk for 1 minute.
That's all I need. I just want you to know that in 2006, my incredible, beautiful 16-year-old granddaughter was hit and killed. A girl with a cell phone. Four-way stop. She and I was going to fly to Washington, D.C. in 2 weeks. She was going to be a page in Congress. She was killed. She can't be a page in Congress. You know you helped us. Thank you.
Thank you, Jerry. Anyone in the back? Okay, this side of the room, please. Yes.
Hi, I'm Kerry Sheets. I live at 604 Park Boulevard in Oldsmar. Everyone's already said most of what I was going to say, but one other thing I wanted to bring to your attention just as another safety issue since we're talking about that in Oldsmar at large is when there are events at the park, at Orioles Park, and the parking there is really hard for folks, so they park kind of in the middle, in like the median area, and it's been really tough for a lot of families to see incoming cars because they can't see since there are cars in the middle, cars along the side of the road, and then the park, and then the cars can't see you. So we've nearly been hit several times. We've actually seen somebody on a golf cart saw that someone nearly hit us and stopped and yelled at them. I just wanted to bring that to your concern too about maybe when we do have events that there's maybe specific allocated parking that folks know about and that we're maybe allowing space between, like from the crosswalks so pedestrians can see cars and cars can see pedestrians before they make a move. So, thank you.
Thank you, Carrie. Anyone else for column? Yes, come on up. For line A. Is there anybody outside? Do we know if there's anybody outside?
Hi, good evening. Kristin Kilik, 612 Park Boulevard. So obviously, my Park Boulevard people, we have some serious concerns about safety, not just at Bayview, but on Park in general. The blinding light when you turn, the inadequate sidewalks, the inadequate crosswalks, a horrible tragedy that should have never happened. So horrible. I think we all want the same thing, which is safety for our citizens and for our children. But that safety needs to come with urgency now, immediately. And I think you feel that from people in the room. And I hope that we can also consider this when we speak later about the next topic. Thank you.
Great. Anyone else over in the back? Yep, come on up, please.
Hi, Christopher Campana. I've been here less than a year, and I know you're going to talk about density later. I moved here from Miami, and prior to that, I was in New York City, and prior to that, I was in Berlin, and prior to that, I was in New York City. And I know it's a density thing, and I came here to get away from that. Now, I have a 2-year-old and a 3-year-old. I live on 204 Washington. You come off of State Street, you come off of Tampa Road, and then you go to State Street, you'd think things would slow down, but they don't. When you get to, as soon as they get to cross State Street, it's a racetrack to Dartmouth every time. And I don't know if you guys have noticed, but there's some signs up that says, drive like your kids live here. Every time I'm out there with the kids, every other car I'm going, slow down. It is out of control. Now, again, I've seen some stuff. I've been in density. I know what it's about. I don't want to reenact that here, but I can tell you something needs to be done, and it's my worst nightmare. What could happen? Over across from State Street there. The council is here for the will of the people, and a couple weeks ago, a vote was put forth, and I think the will of the people have spoke. And again, I know we'll talk about it later, and the reason I know that is because these two guys are sitting here right now. That's all I have to say. Thank you.
Anyone else from line A would like to speak? Then I'm going to close line A open forum, and we're going to move on to the next item, which is our community minute, which will be read by our city clerk, Ann Nixon.
Yes, so we have a couple of fun things coming up. Kite Day for you to attend, Saturday, April 9th from 10 to 1 at Sheffield Park. Enjoy a fun opportunity to fly kites. Participants can make their own to soar with materials provided, oldsmarevents.com. Oldsmar Cup Race, you heard about it earlier today. It's free, April 10th on Sunday, 12:25 post time, race time to be determined. Tampa Bay Downs Oldsmar residents with photo ID receive free general admission and opportunity to join the jockey in the winner's circle following the cup race for a nice photo. And then our bike rodeo. That's given off by presented by the Holiday Sharing Fund, which is a nonprofit charity. And they give bikes to kids and actually help out with bikes for Habitat for Humanity children. And former Mayor Doug Beavis can attest that they do a really good job. But anyway, Safety Rodeo is at Saturday, April 16th, 9 to 12, Council Chamber parking lot right out here. And then teaches kids of all ages proper bike safety on a cone course. They check the bikes, making sure they're good. And it used to be for adults too, right? Adults can go. Adults can go too. Bring a bike and have fun out here in the parking lot. Yeah, so stuff to do with kites and horses and bikes. That's us.
All right. Thank you, Ann. Wonderful. I just want to say one thing. The Oldsmar Cup Race, everyone gets in free with a driver's license in the city of Oldsmar. It's a wonderful event to hang out at the horse track and right here at Tampa Bay Downs. I will be there, and if the winner's circle, we get our picture taken. I would invite everyone to please be there for that special event for our City of Oldsmar's birthday party. All right, with that, we're going to move on. I have approval of new agenda items. I have one item, which is item 2. I'm looking for a motion.
So moved.
I have a motion by Councilmember Knapp.
Item 12. Seconded.
Item 2 and 12. I'm sorry, I didn't see that. Item 2 and 12. Thank you, Katie.
I'm going to amend the motion to make it approval of items 2 and 12, new agenda items.
And I have a second from Councilmember Gannon.
Yes, sir.
All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes. We're going to move right on to the Community Redevelopment Agency, and our city manager, Felicia Donnelly, will handle that.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. The first item under the Community Redevelopment Agency is to adopt Resolution 2022-06, designating Mayor Dan Saraki as chair and Vice Mayor Jared Buckman as vice chair of the Community Redevelopment Agency. This is a post-election housekeeping item as well as a housekeeping item after the annual vice mayor appointment. To conform with Florida Statute 163.356, city staff recommends designating Mayor Saraki as chair and Vice Mayor Buckman as vice chair of the Community Redevelopment Agency. I will read the resolution by title only. A resolution of the City Council of the City of Oldsmar, Florida, designating the chair and vice chair of the Community Redevelopment Agency pursuant to section 163.3563C Florida statutes and providing for an effective date hereof. Staff recommends approval.
Thank you. I'm looking for a motion.
Motion to approve?
I'm looking for a second.
Second.
I have a motion by Councilmember Katie Gannon and a second by Councilmember Steve Graber. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes. Next item on the agenda is item 2, which is a new agenda item, and that will also be taken care of by our city manager, Felicia Donnelly.
Item number 2 is a presentation of the St. Petersburg Drive Complete Streets project from our Public Works Director, Mr. Daniel Simpson. And before he starts, I think that it's important to note that the fatality that occurred on March 26 will not be addressed during this presentation. It is still under investigation by the Pinellas County Sheriff's Office, and the city has not received any details to evaluate at this point. So with that, I would like to introduce Daniel Simpson, our Public Works Director, to give us an update on the present project.
Thank you, everyone. I'm here to talk about the St. Pete Drive Complete Streets project. Thank you for everyone that made comments. As the Public Works Director, we'll look at every and all complaints. But I'm here to talk about what we're doing to go forward the best I can. So the St. Pete Drive Complete Streets project, as we talked about earlier, that previously the road was a State Road 580, okay? So the nature of the road was a state road that went through the middle of our town. And in the late 90s, we took over the ownership of that street, and State Road 580 was extended to what was State Street. So that character change is part of the oddness of St. Pete Drive. So the project that we have is to do a complete street. So the question is, what is a complete street? A complete street is a street designed and operated to enable safe use and support mobility for all users. Those include people of all ages and abilities, regardless of whether they are traveling as drivers, pedestrians, bicyclists, or public transportation riders. So that was a lot of information. So a lot of times I like to frame things, well, what's the opposite of a complete street? Well, incomplete street, if you will, it's a made-up term, but to explain it, will be a roadway which is designed to maximize mobility and safety for vehicular traffic, where other modes of transportation or afterthoughts are neglected. I failed to mention, before I go on, I have the consultant from Kimley Horn, John Seals, is here with me to have any questions about the project as we go forward. So the vision of the project is to extend the downtown to Bayview Boulevard in order to safely connect residents to a vibrant downtown. This is the area of the project. It moves from Bayview Boulevard to Dartmouth, which is where the library is. The goals of the project are to improve the safety for all users, walkers, bus riders, golf carts, cyclists, cars, school children, people with mobility issues, downtown residents, and visitors. Second is to eliminate the roadside ditches. Third is to place overhead utilities underground. And fourth is to transform the character of a roadway to a vibrant residential collector. So streetlights, park benches, hardscaping, landscaping, add parking where appropriate, and resurface the roadway. So the first phase of the project is the undergrounding utilities. So what we came to council a month or two ago about hiring an electrician to go through each of the houses that front St. Pete Drive and change the meter can. So what they'll do is they'll put in a meter can that can have wires go upwards and downwards. That way we can retrofit it in place without having to do the switch over. Then TECO will come in and underground the utilities, meaning actually dig in and put in the power. and then we'll be able to switch it over seamlessly. The second phase of the project is the streetscape. On the left, we have a complete street. It's a nice one. It's right by the library in Oldsmar. But that's a complete, that's what the project's going to be similar to that. On the right, we have the inconsistent section that we have now that we're all aware of. I wanted to highlight a few elements of the project that we're having. So at each intersection, we're having RRFBs, which are rectangular rapid flashing beacons. Those are the things on the right that you hit the button and they flash up so that you can highlight the pedestrians as they go through. And we're having refreshed crosswalks at each intersection. This is the typical section for the project. I'm gonna move from left to right, which is generally from north to south. So on the north side, there'd be an 8-foot pedestrian path, lighting and landscaping. Then we'll have curb and gutter, 11-foot lanes. Part of the reason for the 11-foot lanes is while, when we set speed limits, you have to fundamentally change the character of the road or people won't drive those speed limits. So when we have, people don't really look at signs, to be honest. But when we change the character, when we narrow those lanes, you psychologically will drive slower. And so that's what we're doing there. The curb and gutter, then the next area is landscaping, which will have some stormwater treatment, lighting, and then a 10-foot multi-use trail. The other typical section is pretty much the same thing, except in certain areas of the project, we have parking. I want to speak on golf carts for a moment because I know everyone loves golf carts. So currently, golf carts are not permitted on trails generally in the state of Florida. But golf carts, and they're not currently permitted on St. Pete Drive because of the speed limit. So when we decrease the design speed on St. Pete Drive to drive 25 miles an hour, this will allow safe travel for golf carts on the roadway. The third phase of the project is the roundabout at Bayview Boulevard. So you might be asking, well, why a roundabout? I've been to Clearwater, I hate them, I don't get it. Bring it. Thank you. So after reviewing the crash history, really a roundabout is the best option to solve the challenges of this intersection. It improves the safety and efficiency. It's one of the few items that both increases safety and efficiency. Generally in traffic engineering, we're balancing those tensions. The more safe something gets, the less efficient. It's a traffic calming measure. This will slow down traffic as people pass through this intersection, and it'll provide a western gateway to community redevelopment area and a safe pedestrian experience. The preliminary design has been completed for this, and it's estimated to add approximately $1 million to the project. We had a public meeting on this project on October 12th, 2021, and the evening at Tico Hall. The meeting was lightly attended, and we received comments and made a few small adjustments based on those comments. The funding for the project is from a Forward Pinellas $1 million Complete Streets grant. The grant is available during FDOT fiscal year 24, which is from July 1st, 2023 to June 30th, 2024. And the remainder of the project will be funded out of CRA funds. I have the project schedule here. So the first milestone is turning the residence's electric work, getting that done. That's gonna happen in the spring of 2022. Then complete the design. We expect it in the summer of this year. TICO undergrounding, we're planning on a fall of 2022. The streetscaping project is planned for fall 2023, and the roundabout is currently budgeted for the 24-25 fiscal year. I've included my information, so you can email me any of the traffic concerns you have, and we'll evaluate them on a case-by-case basis, and I'm here to take any questions you have.
Daniel, first of all, I want to say thank you for your hard work in coming up here tonight and doing this for the citizens. It means a lot to us. Katie, you want to start out with Councilmember Gannon? Do you have any questions for staff?
Thank you, Mayor. No, I don't have any additional questions at this time. Daniel and I will talk offline.
Okay, anything?
I just have one. Daniel, the layout or the bounds of the project that are set right now, obviously you've focused your funding around that. I think a lot of people are aware that issues on St. Pete Drive extend westward beyond Bayview. So has there been any preliminary investigation as far as another phase of complete streets for west of Bayview, approaching 580?
Currently, the project limits were set because of the CRA funding. But it is my intent to evaluate that further.
Okay, good. That's all I have.
Thank you. Thank you, Councilmember Knapp. Councilmember Graber, any questions?
No questions. Thank you, Dan.
Vice Mayor?
Dan, thanks for coming out and doing this tonight. I really appreciate it. I'm just going to read it what the citizens said and try not to get emotional, but what can we do now, right? We're not waiting until 2025, right? Are there options now? And I know you may not have the answers tonight, but what can we do sooner than later to put a temporary stopgap to prevent another tragedy?
Every accident that happens, I evaluate, and we've made changes. I know that those changes have been, they're not the major changes that people are expecting, but we put in the traffic does not stop signs, which it was not an intent to draw more attention to that, although that would have been brilliant if we did. It was a mistake, and I apologize for that. We also, every time I'm looking at the site visibility issues, and we try to make changes. Now, some of those changes are private property, so in order to do that, you have to go through a process. And I don't want to just start cutting people's trees down to, willy-nilly. We have eliminated palm trees. We've moved, there was a box at the corner of Bayview and State Street that we had removed. I'm not saying that that's all of the things we possibly could do. We discussed this morning about doing a four-way stop study and a speed limit study evaluation, and I've asked our consultant to put together a work order for that. As a professional engineer, I can't install signs or recommend signs that don't follow the manual on traffic control devices. It's illegal. I can't do it. So while I appreciate all the comment, I can't recommend those things that don't meet that manual. That's just the reality. So anything we do has to go through a study that uses data to determine what's best. Okay, so we're working through that process.
Thank you.
Daniel, thank you again for coming out. It means a lot to all of us. Great presentation.
Thank you for having me.
Thank you.
All right, Felicia, do you want to? Okay, Felicia, will you handle item number 3, City Manager Felicia Donnelly? Thank you.
Yes, Mayor. Item number 3 is presentation of public comments and essential terms of a proposed development agreement between Devon Rushnell LLC and the City of Oldsmar for the city-owned property located adjacent to the public library. On October 6, 2020, the City Council authorized the City Manager to enter into negotiations with Devon Rushnell for the purposes of entering into a development agreement for the city-owned property located at the intersection of State Street East and St. Petersburg Drive adjacent to the Oldsmar Public Library. On February 11, 2021, John Buse presented a proposed conceptual plan for the property at a community redevelopment work session. At that meeting, direction was given to resubmit a revised proposal. On April 6, 2021, the City Council approved a revised concept plan and authorized the City Manager to begin negotiations. On February 1st, 2022, the City Council approved another version of the concept plan presenting the enlargement of a potential theater site, reduction of the number of units to 82, orientation of the units to promote walkability and new urbanism concepts, and the overall architecture. In accordance with the city's land development code, section 14.7, the essential terms and conditions in outlined form were presented to the City Council on March 1st, 2022 as follows. Bear with me, I'm going to read them all into the record.
Take your time.
The purchase price, $2.8 million for 6.22 acres. The city shall retain a .74 acre parcel adjacent to the public library. The developer's responsibilities. Number 1, a performance bond in the amount of the cost of improvements. Number 2, payment of all applicable impact fees. Number 3, construction, landscaping, and maintenance of public space, including within the city's right-of-way along St. Petersburg Drive and State Street. Public space will include public art. Number 4, provision of access and maintenance easements as required for public utilities. Number 5, relocation of the city's water main to the west side of St. Petersburg Drive. Number 6, performance of all site due diligence, including but not limited to any additional surveys and environmental assessments. Number 7, replat of all of the existing parcels of land. Number 8, all site work, including but not limited to the demolition and relocation of existing structures. Number 9, buy-in into the city's stormwater system. Number 10, connect the project to the city's reclaimed water system. Number 11, submission of a final site plan, including a signage and landscape plan, to the city's formal review process. Number 12, obtain all required permits. Number 13, demonstration of concurrency and submission of a concurrency test statement as required by the city's land development code. Number 14, demonstration of compliance to the town center code, including but not limited to the architectural design and pattern book. Proposed design exceptions, also referred to as variances, include the following. Number 1, driveway flares as shown in the conceptual plan. Number 2, setbacks to driveways as shown on the conceptual plan. Number 3, buildings 5, 6, and 7 are tandem garages with 8.67 foot wide driveways as shown on the plan. Number 4, promenade steps in the right-of-way to meet existing sidewalks for buildings 1, 2, and 3. On March 1st, 2022, the City Council directed the city manager to host 3 public open houses to present the conceptual plan and the essential terms to the public. There were 71 total participants at the open houses held on Wednesday, March 23rd from 6 to 8 at Tico Hall, Thursday, March 24th from 1 p.m. to 3 p.m. at Golair Village Clubhouse, and Saturday, March 26th from 9 to 11 a.m. at the Cypress Forest Recreation Center. Overall, the project was received favorably, with 82.46% agreeing or strongly agreeing to this concept plan, that this concept plan is an asset to Oldsmar. 77.19% agreeing or strongly agreeing that they support the development agreement terms, and 84.22% agreeing or strongly agreeing that the proposal should move forward in the development agreement process. The public comment is attached to your agenda packets and online for review. If the City Council desires to continue the process, the next step outlined in the city's Land Development Code, section 14.7, is to direct the city attorney to reduce the development agreement terms to contractual form for future consideration. After the city attorney prepares the legal documentation, the development agreement will be presented to the planning board. After that presentation, the City Council will hold 2 additional public hearings before final approval. Please note that the conceptual plan could change as it continues to be reviewed by the appropriate stakeholders, but only minor modifications. Staff recommends approval.
Thank you very much, Felicia Donnelly. Do I have a motion to approve?
So moved.
I have a motion by Councilmember Andrew Knapp. A second?
Second.
Second by Councilmember Katie Gannon. All in favor signify by saying aye. Oh, yep, thank you. Discussion. Almost had it. Steve?
Oh, no comments from me. We've been through this previously, so.
Anyone else? I'm good. Councilmember Gannon?
Thank you, Mayor. I just had one quick question. I was grateful for the actual written responses from our public on the survey questionnaires, as opposed to just like a B, C, D, or strongly agree. It was nice to review their actual, the text of their comments. Several of them did mention traffic and parking, and I note that number 13 on the developer's list of requirements states demonstration of concurrency, submission of a concurrency test statement, and of course the other portions, compliance with the other portions of the city's land development code. When during the timeline can we expect to see that information? to address some of those concerns?
So the concerns will be met before we bring the documentation to the planning board.
Okay, so before it even comes to council twice?
Correct, and I think it's important to note that the developer is responsible for any mitigation associated with a traffic impact analysis.
Can you tell me
So
what that
for
means?
instance, if the traffic impact analysis with any development agreement would necessitate any improvements to the roadway system, the developer would be responsible to make those improvements.
Okay, thank you. That was my question, my only question.
Thank you. Any other comments?
I
Yep.
just have one. that-
Councilmember Andrew? Yep.
Thank you. Councilmember Gannon kind of spurred me to think of this. How many other of these items would be accomplished before the development agreement comes to council?
And these are.
I know some of them, obviously, they're not going to connect water, right, until.
Correct,
Yeah.
until
Things are
after
done.
removing the water main, so, you know, the things that you wouldn't have any of this, and either the construction of any sort of modifications that would be required would happen after the agreement is signed.
Sure. So there's only a handful of these that may get addressed in advance of reviewing and potentially approving an agreement.
Like the final site plan, signage, landscape, the concurrency stuff we just mentioned?
Yep.
Correct.
And compliance with the code and
Compliance
architectural?
with code, yeah.
Okay.
So toward the tail end of that list. Okay.
Yes,
That's
that's
all.
correct.
All right, thank you. Felicia, I have one question. I don't know if you can answer this, but someone asked me, is there natural gas in this area for this development?
Not that I'm aware of.
Okay, thank you. All right, with that. With that, everyone in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes. Thank you for that, Felicia. Now we're gonna, I'm looking for a motion to suspend the minutes of the day to move items 9 and 10.
Would you like a motion to suspend the rules of the day?
Suspend the rules of the day, sorry.
So moved.
And second, Mayor.
I have a motion by Andrew Knapp and a second by Councilmember Katie Gannon. All in favor signify by saying aye. Oh, discussion?
Yep.
Suspend the rules of the day to move items 9 and 10 in the agenda up to review those items now.
Yes.
Okay.
All right.
We're good.
All right, all in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes. City Attorney Tom Trask, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mayor. I'm going to go ahead and read ordinance 2021-25 by title only. Before I do that, I want to make sure everybody understands that the presentation tonight by city staff will be on both items number 9 and number 10. We're going to hear all of the information on both items, but you're going to have, the council is going to have two separate motions. So staff presentation, and then if the public wants to speak on either one of these items, item number 9 or number 10, you'll have the opportunity to do that before the first vote will be taken. That way, we don't have a lot of people up and down, back and forth. You'll be able to speak once, and you'll have your 5 minutes to do that. So in addition to that, I just want to let you know, we expect the meeting to go a little bit long, and so we may break sometime in the presentation. I think the mayor has said that we'll probably break about 9:30 for a few minutes, and then we'll go right back at it. So if you see a need to have that bathroom break, it will be coming. So with that in mind, I'm going to go ahead and read ordinance 2021-25. This is the ordinance of the City of Oldsmar, Florida, amending policy 6.1.5 of the future land use element and objective 2.2 of the coastal management and conservation element of the City of Oldsmar comprehensive plan to allow for density intensity incentive within the CHHA for mixed-use developments within certain areas of the Community Redevelopment District, amending the Community Redevelopment District land use category listed in Article 7 Future Land Use Map to provide for transient accommodations and provide incentives for vertically integrated mixed-use developments within the area south of Tampa Road and north of State Street, creating a property rights element as required by Florida Statute 163.3177 and providing for an effective date of this ordinance. Mr. Mayor, that was a reading of ordinance 2021-25 by title only.
Thank you. I'd like to open the open forum. And we're going to start with open forum for line B. We want to start with, oh, thank you. Yep, staff presentation. Tatiana?
and then Jared.
Hello, Tatiana Childress, City of Oldsmar Planning and Redevelopment Director. So this is a text amendment to the Town Center Code and City of Oldsmar Comprehensive Plan. This amendment is being proposed to facilitate redevelopment opportunities along Tampa Road Corridor and State Street, to incentivize sustainable vertically integrated development, which is a transit-oriented development concept, and to guide future development by promoting higher densities along multimodal corridors, and to preserve or reduce density in established residential districts and environmentally sensitive area. Redevelopment has been council priority for many years. Several downtown concept plans were presented to the public over the years, including Old Square, REO Station, Park Plaza, Market Square, USF CRA Master Plan, Town Center Plan, and Oldsmar Town Center Sketch, as demonstrated on the following slides. Most of these prior plans contemplated higher density. Current zoning regulations facilitate higher commercial density and lower residential density. This amendment would provide an incentive for transit-supportive mixed-use vertically integrated development with concentrated higher density for the residential along Tampa Road by reducing, this will help to reduce the urban sprawl, will provide efficiencies in services, encourage pedestrian activity in downtown, and will be only allowed with a recorded development agreement. Development agreement provides a tool to define projects' commitments for a specific time period. It strengthens the public planning process. It requires the master development plan, and it will also require compliance with the Florida Statutes 163.3178A, including payments of a hurricane mitigation shelter fee and contribution of land or construction of hurricane shelters and transportation facilities as appropriate. The history of the proposed amendment up to date includes, the Planning Board recommended approval with a 6-1 vote on October 27th. City Council approved the amendment during the first hearing on December 7th with a 4-1 vote. After the first hearing, the case was transmitted to the DO and was also we received approval from SwiftMud, DEP, DO, and FDOT. At the same time, we transmitted to Pinellas County and received unanimous approval from the Planners Advisory Committee on January 3rd. It was also presented to the County Board and County Board recommended unanimous approval on January 12th. Board of County Commissioners also approved the amendment unanimously on February 8th. And today we are at the second reading of the ordinance. So this requested amendment is to the Community Redevelopment District land use category to allow density intensity incentive for mixed-use development that contains a mix of residential and non-residential uses within the same multi-story building for an area along Tampa Road and State Road 580. The proposed incentive would allow up to 65 units per acre for residential, 150 units per acre for transit accommodations with a floor area ratio of 2.0 as an incentive only, so it's not a blanket change. The map provides our future land use designation in the area, which is CRD, Community Redevelopment District. On the following slide, we have our zoning map showing all of the zoning districts within the CRD district. So the proposed amendment is going to be in our TCCR, Town Center Commercial Residential District. The area eligible for density incentive will be located south of Tampa Road, north of State Street, and bound by Bayview and Clarendon as well. The following slides demonstrate aerial maps of the area and some photos. Includes the site next to the City Hall, Washington Square, and Oldsmar Town Center, and also Park Avenue Plaza. So these are the only areas where the incentive will be out, where the area will be eligible for the incentive. Proposed amendment is consistent with the standards of approval outlined in Article 3, Section 3.14.4 of the City of Oldsmar Land Development Code, included on the following slides. The amendment will further implementation of the comprehensive plan. The available uses to which the property may be put are appropriate to the property in question and compatible with the existing and planned uses in the area. As shown on the slide, the proposed text amendment is not introducing or modifying any of the established uses in the area, and the density and intensity bonus will be only applicable to, again, TCCR, Town Center Commercial Residential, which is approximately 40 acres in size. What's important to mention on the slide that all of the other zoning districts will remain at the same density as shown in Table 2. Under the countywide rules, this area is designated as an activity center, and the activity center allows us to go up to 90 units per acre, so we're not exceeding the maximum allowable density under the countywide rules, and we're keeping it at 65 units per acre only as an incentive. Sufficient potable water supply and facilities will be continuously available to serve the property, and adequate sanitary sewer facilities, including treatment capacities, will be continuously available to serve the property. Our reverse osmosis water treatment plant is operating at 65% capacity, and our water reclamation facility is currently operating at 67% capacity. Sufficient traffic carrying capacity will be continuously available to serve the property. A detailed transportation impact analysis will be required at the time of a development agreement for each project qualifying for the density intensity bonus. This area is also serviced by the existing transit as shown on this map. The amendment is located on the area that's eligible for the amendment is located on the designated multimodal corridor. The entire segments of State Road 580 and Tampa Road adjacent to the site operate at level of service of C, as shown on this map that we received from Pinellas County. The annual average daily traffic data, ADTs, for Tampa Road corridor are approximately 57,500. And the amendment will not adversely affect the natural environment as shown on this graphic. We're not introducing density bonus along Shore Drive. We're not putting it in our residential district. We're not even putting this in our TCCN district. This is proposed in the TCCR along State Street and Tampa Road, which is consistent with the transect model. This area is also referred to as an infill development. It's serviced by existing infrastructure, and any future development in this area will be still required to receive the SWIFMUD permit, the Southwest Florida Water Management Permit, and the Environmental Resources Permit. Adequate public facilities such as schools, parks, and libraries will be continuously available to serve the property. There is unused capacity at the public schools in the area based on the data that we received from Pinellas County. The amendment will not constitute a grant of special privilege to an individual owner. This amendment will provide a density incentive to anyone who meets the guidelines for a vertically integrated mixed-use development located within the town center commercial residential district as shown on this map. The amendment will not conflict with the needs of the neighborhood or the city. Offering a density intensity increase along the Tampa Road corridor in this location will facilitate activity or may facilitate activity along State Street in downtown, and providing an incentive to construct residential units on the second floor or higher could reduce residential flooding from storm while increasing the inventory for residential housing. The amendment will not adversely or unreasonably affect the use of other property in the area. Vertically integrated mixed-use development creates additional housing options for residents. It creates diversity in the community and reduces cost to maintain public infrastructure. It reduces environmental footprint and helps to attract new employers. The amendment will not deter the improvement of development of the property in the area. Any proposed development must be consistent with the existing and planned uses in the area and also consistent with the countywide rules. Proposed text amendment would only be applicable to the small area along major state roads, and half of the subject area that's eligible for incentive is already developed with newer structures, as shown in some of these pictures. The proposed amendment is located within the coastal high hazard area and meets the balancing criteria. Vertically integrated mixed-use development qualifying for density intensity bonus shall comply with Florida statute section 163-3178A and provide for hurricane shelter mitigation. Based on the above discussion, staff recommends approval of the CA 2104 amendments to the City of Oldsmar Comprehensive Plan as presented.
Thank you very much, Tatiana. Are there any questions from council?
I have one.
Councilmember Andrew Knapp.
Thank you. Tatiana, I may have to defer to Daniel on this one, but I'll ask it to you first. Your presentation showed that our water plant and wastewater plant are operating somewhere around 2/3 capacity. From what I remember, Citizens Academy a few years ago, I'm pretty sure there was probably expansion capability at the reverse osmosis plant. Is there expansion capability, and he's already getting up, in the wastewater plant as well?
That would be Daniel's question.
Yes. Both plants have room to, so we wouldn't have to build a new plant. They both have space to grow.
Capability within it?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
And I should say, there's a way to operationally handle the increase without even building anything. You would be running more hours and things like that.
Okay, thank you.
All right, thank you. Any other questions? All right, with that, I am going to open up the public hearing, and we're going to start out with Jared would like to start. Vice Mayor Jared Buckman.
Thank you, Mayor. So, is IT loading that up? Or? Perfect, thank you. Jared Buckman, I've been against the density for a while. I live a block and a half away from this. And I couldn't just be against the density. I had to say, what's the plan? What do we want to do? What do we want to do with this area? I don't know how to work the clicker. Perfect, thank you. First of all, previous councils, the foresight to get us this far. Mayor Eric, Doug, all of you put a lot of effort in this. I applaud that effort. The foresight to control the land, the property, the buildings, to get us to this point, and the vision to prevent the parking concerns that we believe is going to happen similar to Dunedin and Safety Harbor. But why do we need the density? This is an interesting slide. This was this past weekend, April 2nd. Around 2:30, you see this armature works on the bottom right of your top picture. At the top, I've read in the area, that's the Pearl Apartments, about 314 units. Along the bottom there, you'll see all of the mixed-use development businesses downstairs at a 2:30 on a Saturday afternoon. Who's there? Nobody. There's no one there. Everybody was at Armature Works, okay? So do we need the density to support the businesses down below? I'm not sure about that. And no density does not mean no downtown. I want a downtown. I want somewhere where I can go a block and a half away from my house and have dinner, have coffee, have donuts, have bagels, whatever it may be. We'll figure all that out, okay? So first of all, on the citizen input, Doug, you said this to me correctly. I remember the night you told me this.
Comments to the
We have the problem with the parking garage, and it's either build the parking garage
Here,
and pay for.
speak to us.
Sorry. It's either pay for the parking garage with public citizen funds, pulling the bond, or get the developer to pay for it. Those are the two options to build the parking garage, but I believe there are other options that we can look at. Secondary problem is, what do we want? We've never asked the citizens, what do we want? Do we want apartments, condos, townhomes? Do we want ownership or leasers there? My personal story, I moved here in 14, rented a house, did nothing with the city. Bought my house in 16, everything leading me up to this point, Janice Miller, planning board, everything I did to be a part of the city and be part of that community. Retail, commercial, what do we want there? What do we want from a community? Green spaces, dog spaces, kids play spaces, stages. We haven't had these discussions with our citizens or our businesses. So how do you build a community? I've been talking to this organization prior to my election, Florida Main Streets Project. This is actually a technical assistance program that actually helps to redevelop downtown areas and revitalize downtown areas. It encourages that through economic development. It's administered by the Historical Society, the historical resources under the Florida Department of State, along with the national project. And they've got over 60 communities that they've helped revitalize in our state of Florida. And they do that through a 4-point approach with economic vitality, design, promotion. They bring the community together to build something that makes sense for our community. The Main Street approach, it's a strong emotional, social, and civic connection, but most importantly, like we're all here tonight, motivated to get involved and make a difference. That's why we're all here. So we got to take some outside the box thinking. My thoughts initially were we maneuver resources to accelerate downtown. Can we do this without the density? I don't know, we still may need the density, but let's explore other options before we start rushing this through. We can use existing infrastructure to accelerate the downtown to continue the spark that we got with the tap house. We can start to organically grow downtown, offering incentives, moving businesses here, marketing of the up and coming downtown. Where are we gonna do this? We'll talk about that here in a minute. Day events, second Friday is great. I'm looking forward to the Chambers event this coming Friday, Saturday, Sunday, daytime events, things to promote our city and bring people here locally. So kind of bold, but listen to me, follow me through this. Current downtown resources, we got buildings, we got existing City Hall, we've got the Bank Building with the Historical Society, the building we're in tonight. State Street Center, the Bay Care Building, Galleria Building, and the bottom floor of Shimspine, all available space currently. Parking, we have a parking garage in downtown Oldsmar. Has 315 spaces. We also have over 300 surface parking spaces for weekend and evening events between the library to State Street. That does not include the library parking lot, and it does not include anything east of St. Pete Drive. So how do we ignite the spark? How do we keep downtown going? First of all, move City Hall. Move it into the Bay Care Building. That building is currently empty. By moving City Hall, we open up more space for City Hall. We can put more services inside of City Hall. We can move the council chambers to the City Hall. That automatically gives us the parking garage. Secondly, move council. Continuing, move the chamber if they want to move the Historical Society to the Bay Care Building as well. That opens up this building for potential new spark. What's that new spark? Is it a restaurant? Is it a hotel? Conclusion, it may not be the plan everybody wants, it may not be feasible, but I want to look at these options. I want to understand them before we start rushing through the density. Thank you.
Okay, we're going to continue the public hearing. Proponents and opponents, we're going to start at this side of the room this time. Oh.
If I could just, a point of order, Mayor, we had earlier promised that parents or people with young children or disabilities could go first. I just wanted to.
So yes, anybody with disabilities or parents with young children on this side, please, would like to go first? You guys can come up if you'd like.
It's okay. Let her go.
Hi, I'm Kerry Sheets. I live at 604 Park Boulevard. I hate going first because I'm not good at speaking, and I've already said that. This is Ezra. We are against the density increase. I think with everything, we started this meeting in talking about getting Oldsmar safe first. I think that needs to happen and take precedence first. I think you guys are laying the foundation for something that can be great potentially in the future. I don't know. I love what Jared had said, and maybe we can think outside the box, and maybe there are ways that we can talk about this together like we're doing now, not just as a finality meeting. That this is, I feel like I live on Park. This is kind of going to decide for our family. We don't have crosswalks on Park. Are you guys gonna put something that's gonna be right, basically turn our street into a highway without even addressing the issues we've brought before you? So I really, I wish there were so many more things I would love to say. My mom brain's tired. But I so appreciate each of you, and I know you really work hard at everything you do. I pray that you consider why these two people were elected to their positions. I think there could have been better voter turnout. I wish there were more voters, but they still put these people in place because of this density increase. There's so many people that I've personally talked to that think there's a better way moving forward than increasing the density to 65. That's all I'll say. Thank you. Have a wonderful evening. Wish you guys the best.
Thank you. Anyone else with children that need to get a home for children? Anyone else would like to speak first?
Hello again, Kristin Kilik, 612 Park Boulevard. I'm over there scribbling on crayon, taking some notes as we listen to the presentation. First of all, I wanted to say I really would love for us to think out of the box. I think the Florida Main Streets project sounds amazing. I would love to utilize what we already have. I think that could economically be beneficial for us, as well as space and making some type of compromise between those who really want density increased and those of us who do not want density increased. I am one of those do not want density increased. It really makes me nervous for the amount of traffic that we would have at the end of Park Boulevard. Ari Olds is gorgeous, and we love it, and it's a part of the reason why we bought our house. It was so close to the park, and what an amazing experience. I don't want to take that experience away from anyone else, but I want to make sure that as my kids play on the sidewalk and ride their bikes on the streets, and I too have signs that say slow down because people drive very fast down Park Boulevard, that we are fully exploring all the options that we have available to us. Density increase does not necessarily mean that we can't have a vibrant downtown, just like what it was said. I had questions. I'm a teacher. So I had some questions about the amount of children that would be entering, specifically Oldsmar Elementary, because we spoke about how both schools zoned for Oldsmar had not quite the attendance, like 60%, I believe was what was quoted last time. The density increase would not affect Forest Hills. The children within that block would be directly affecting Oldsmar Elementary. So while we look at the fact that both schools have openings, really what would be more affected would be Oldsmar Elementary. The density increase and the amount of children who go, who are living in these apartments or townhomes, or like Jared said, we actually never even spoken about that. But those children would not most likely be bused across the street at the expense of Pinellas County schools. They would be walking, just like my kids have to walk, just like Melissa's kids have to walk. just like any child who lives within a 2-mile radius walks unsafely to Oldsmar Elementary. So when we think about this in an educational aspect, I know that I've worked in a school that has had 1,300 kids and a school that has had 800 kids. And as a teacher, I prefer the 800 kids because you can do more with the smaller class sizes. And I just am worried because I love Oldsmar Elementary School. I love the teachers there, the atmosphere. It's a wonderful school. And I know Forest Lakes is as well, but Forest Lakes is not the school that will be affected by this density increase. We really need to explore our options more and have clear communication about all of these things. Like many, many people have said, we don't think that having a downtown is necessarily a bad thing, whether that comes with density or not. But the excess of density, I think, is something that really scares residents, especially who live so close to downtown. So I thank you. Have a great night. Bye-bye.
Thank you. Is there anyone else? Small children? Yep, come on up.
Hello, my name is Jake Sheets. I live at 604 Park. I'm Kerry's husband. This is my daughter, Eris. We're very happy to be here. We are opposed as well to the density increase. Primarily, it's already been said, a lot of it on previous meetings and earlier in this meeting. The safety issue is a newly highlighted but a long-running issue that I think has been, spoken about to a sufficient point so far. But there's also just the considerations that Jared brought up, like what do we want? What are the alternatives? Have we really vetted all of the possibilities? And I know that in terms of developing or attracting developers, adding that additional incentive density is a surefire way to get more interest, because everyone's going to want to pack more people in. That's just how the business works. But you can rest assured, even though the presentation said it's an incentive and you have to have a plan, you have to have all these things to qualify for the density increase, it's going to happen. It's a sure thing. I don't foresee any situation where an acceptable increase of 65 is met by like no, I'll take 50. 50 is fine. Because economically, for the developer, it's always going to be better for them to go more. So I think it's putting the cart before the horse to give the density before we have a plan. Because so the other thing, like we all know, we have a jewel of a city. There's a lot of potential here. And so often with jewels, the most beautiful setting is the minimal one that lets the city shine, lets the jewels shine. So it's really a matter of figuring out what we want to do to accentuate the city as it is, its true qualities, and not just add more and more and more. But thank you.
Thank you. Anybody with disabilities that would like to speak? Or, yep, kids, yep, come on up.
Chilly in here. My name is Melissa Cuomo, and I live at 301 Park Boulevard. First of all, I'd like to thank Daniel Simpson for the presentation regarding the Complete Streets program on St. Pete Drive. It was clear and easy to understand, so thank you very much for that. The safety of our streets and the density issue go hand in hand. At this point, everyone in this room knows my stance, but I'm going to reiterate it anyway. I'm against the density increase, but that does not mean I'm against a viable, walkable downtown for all of the citizens. And I agree with Vice Mayor Buckman that there are other ways that we can go about this. There are many issues that Oldsmar is currently facing: lack of crosswalks, dangerous intersections, infrastructure issues at the BMX track. We need to handle the current situations that we are facing that require your immediate action. The election results show what the residents of Oldsmar want: no density increase. Mayor Saraki and Vice Mayor Buckman won this election based on their stance about this issue. And during the March 22nd meeting, Vice Mayor Buckman laid out a motion to have a discussion about taking this public hearing off of the agenda for tonight, and no one wanted to even have a discussion. We hear you loud and clear. You don't care what the voters have to say. We elected everyone on this council. I voted for everyone on this council to be our representatives, to be our voice. How can you be our voice when you silence us? There's a lot of confusion about this issue. I've spoken to a lot of people. I've gone door to door. And council members would rather argue semantics than have a genuine conversation. If you're arguing semantics, your intent is to manipulate, not educate. How can voters get a clear picture, a clear understanding, if you can't even have a real conversation? In addition to what Kristin said about our schools, during the December 7th City Council meeting at 44 minutes and 42 seconds, and again tonight, Tatiana discussed the impact of the local elementary schools and included Forest Lakes and Oldsmar Elementary. According to the school district zones and the Pinellas County School zoning maps, which I have and are available for free on the Pinellas County School website, this area that is proposed for the density increase is only going to affect Oldsmar Elementary, where my kids go to school. It is not going to affect Forest Lakes. So that presentation regarding how we've talked about our schools is inaccurate and wrong. How can we increase the school population for one school when we don't have crosswalks? We don't even have an updated map for people east of the elementary school. How can we add more students, more people that will be traveling on our roads and be walkers when there are glaring issues that need to be addressed? This density increase affects me personally. My husband has owned our house since 2009. This is my children's only home. I live 1 block from State Street. My children go to Oldsmar Elementary. I'm on the PTA board. I volunteer. I'm there every single day. My husband and I have been told, if you don't like it, move. My answer is no. I have put in the work to make my voice heard. Solve the current problems. Our community today in 2022 is not the same that it was pre-COVID in March of 2020. Think outside of the box, change your perspective, and look at this from another point of view. Vote no for this density increase. Thank you.
All right, we're going to move on. The open public hearing, and now we're going to move to proponents and opponents. Let's hear from somebody that is for the density increase. Jim?
Jim Roniker, 1605 Graybark Drive, Oldsmar. I moved to Oldsmar in 1997. We built our house in East Lake Oaks. Mayor, you live there too. When we moved here, Oldsmar was a shell of itself. There was I think one grocery store, which was Winn-Dixie. There was maybe 4 or 5 restaurants. There were no shops. You went to work, you came home, and you had to leave if you wanted to go shopping or eat out. Otherwise, you were just eating at the 3 restaurants or 4 restaurants we had. Things have come a long way since then. In 1978, I joined the Chamber of Commerce, and it was during that time we started having discussions with the city for downtown, for a vibrant downtown. So I take offense when I hear, this hasn't been vetted or the residents haven't been told. This has been going on for 26 years. In 2007, when I was the mayor, we flew to Sugarland, Texas to look at, this is how we got this council chamber. We looked at their council chamber and mimicked it. It was a town that was similar to ours. We went there and we actually walked the streets of the city to see. It was the same kind of, residencies and things of that nature. Everything was very similar. And this plan has been going on, like I said, for 26 years. I'm a little confused because I've never seen a council member come up and make a presentation before the public gets to speak. That's a first. And I've been in hundreds of council meetings. I've sat on the Pinellas Planning Council. I've sat on the Pinellas NPO. And I've sat leading the city for hundreds of meetings. I've never seen that before. I don't even know if that's right. But you're the mayor, you can do what you want. This fear-mongering is just ridiculous. Things have changed in the last 15, 20 years. This increase in density is needed for developers to come. Things are not the same as they were 10 years ago. The environment has changed. People were living in bigger houses. Things are getting more small. If you talk to a realtor that puts a listing out, in 12 hours, they have 20 offers, most of them over asking price. So the density is needed. I totally support it, and I encourage you all to vote for it. It's the right thing to do, and you're not doing anything right away until the development agreement is made. So please vote for it. It's the right thing to do. Thank you.
All right, anybody against it? Jason?
For as much as I write, I think I'd be better at speaking. Justin Cuomo, 301 Park Boulevard. So tonight is the final vote. It's been a long time and it's been a wild ride. It's changed an election, it's changed minds. It's brought about new concepts and even red yard signs. What I'm hoping to see from tonight's council is understanding of we, the community that will be affected the most. In this final hour, we should be not seen, this should not be seen as the final race to seal our town's future, because it's my belief that haste and frustration is what put this discussion on the table to begin with. From myself, there are no new facts that will come to life, nor will you hear any new perspectives. Despite that, what I truly hope is that you'll hear and understand mine. On Friday night, I said to Steve Graber, we may only disagree on 5%, but that 5% accounts for nearly everything that is important to me at this moment. Over the past year, I've said all I can say, I've written all I can write, and I've spoken to nearly everybody on the council with passion, insight, and fear. I've done all I could do to protect my home, my neighborhood, from the single most radical thing that could ever happen, 1 block from my front door. The council wants to listen to businesses. Oldsmar is made up of thriving businesses from Tampa to Eastlake. Businesses that will continue to thrive, whether or not tonight's vote passes. Instead, think about the people who will be affected the most. Homeowners, families, and people who've lived in this town for generations. I firmly believe that the businesses in our town will succeed, regardless of what happens on a small section of State Street. I've seen it happen. But what I haven't seen is a council that was motivated enough to provide that first push and utilize what we already have to work with. Oldsmar is still growing, and I fully support having a bigger community. But why right here, and why now? Why does State Street have to be ground zero for dense housing opportunities when the current residents want to see opportunities for new public venues and attractions and businesses? State Street is just one small part of this town. It's so small I don't think we can even fit that much residential space, while at the same time making good on the promises of a thriving downtown filled with venues and attractions. Look at the past 2 years. The world has changed. Housing has changed. Florida is in a housing crisis, and we're concerned that we couldn't develop mixed-use housing, which is crazy. Reach out on a national scale today and tell the developers that we're offering 30 UPA for mixed-use residency. I think you'll get some leads. 65 units per acre is a recipe for our downtown. Everyone here knows what that recipe will yield. I don't favor what that will bring. I would rather keep waiting on the right developer and the right opportunity that would give State Street what it really needs. And I'd rather do it in a way that doesn't change the character of Tampa Bay's best-kept secret. If business owners and existing developers want to invest and be part of State Street, put your money where your mouth is and invest as it stands today. There's plenty of room for a new restaurant, a new brewery. I'd go for that. I'd go to that. People would certainly find it on Yelp as well. What about a courtyard, outdoor dining, shopping, and open spaces? I'm all about that. We have so much opportunity at our fingertips, and I can't imagine why we have to cave into the demands of large-scale development. I don't see why we have to completely consume the personality of a 110-year-old neighborhood just as a means to be competitive. This is the last chance tonight. Vote no tonight and accept this as a challenge for a better solution. Don't let haste lead us to a quick and dirty solution. Our downtown cannot maintain its personality and its charm at 65 units per acre. Thank you.
Mayor Seidel, did you want to go?
Yes, I do.
Because I know you said you had somewhere to go.
Yeah, I've got some time on my hands. Hey, I'm only going to make a few comments tonight, Mr. Mayor and council and our charter officials. I am on vacation right now over at the Hard Rock. My family is there. I said, listen, I have to come over for a moment. And you all notice I'm a little more tan than I've been. I want to thank some of you for that. Not so much, but okay. All joking aside. I do want to comment on one thing based on the presentation tonight, which I thought was perfect timing, especially while all of us are heartbroken and concerned about the safety in the community. And I think it's relatable as to how this impacts that. And I want to thank the council members who are up here. The vice mayor wasn't here yet, but who all voted in favor back in 2021 to fund that, to move that forward, envisioning all the pieces coming together later. Because this downtown that we're talking about density, we're not even talking about a project right now, right? This, you don't even see a shovel in dirt for like 2 years, 2.5 years from now. That stuff will be done by then, or at least that's the plan. So I'm here tonight to speak in favor of the density, and here's why. Over the years, the taxpayers paid for the land, and we decided that this is where we wanted to put a downtown. And for 20 plus years, we've talked about building a downtown. We've done all kinds of focus groups. Each mayor can probably talk about something that's been done during their time to get more input from the community. But I appreciate Buckman's presentation tonight, although it is kind of a special privilege there, I thought. But hey, that's the way it goes. But we've had multiple proposals over the years, and from viable developers. And every proposal that we've had, that we've ever received, would have required a density change. And I have to tell you, I think it leads to one truth, and that is that if all of them would have required a density change, eventually we're going to have a density change, or be creative and maybe look at it as a density incentive. So I think for a council, and I'm here as a taxpayer, that you have really two options if you sincerely want to have a downtown, right? And you've got option one, that you go it alone. You be the developer, right? I mean, you develop the land. You don't rely on a developer. You call the shots, and that's fine, but there's a problem with that, and that is like even some of the things that the vice mayor talked about. You're talking about $25, $30 million, which is what's estimated, to do that, to do it on your own, and you take on all the risk. That's not a smart play, especially in a city. Our budget's $36 million a year. You're gonna take on that much debt and the risk? And I love our staff. They do a great job, but they're not developers. And I think it would build a ghost town. And so your other option, and we know building costs continue to go up, so past proposals from developers to proposals in the future are not likely to look any different. They are likely to require a density change. And as I said earlier, there's two ways to go about it. You can either just flat out say, we're gonna increase the density, or you can try to be creative and say, we're gonna do a density incentive, which is what's before you tonight. It's not a carte blanche change. It gives the city more control. It gives them more ability to negotiate, and it gives quite frankly, puts the citizens more in charge to say, listen, we don't want more office space, we want this, and if you do so, you're gonna have the privilege of putting in more units that we need here anyhow. And it also means that it's not going to create a massive tax burden for the citizens. That is a mistake. It's just a big mistake. But using an incentive, it's a very creative way to still stay in control. It does not approve any project. You may decide that the Woodfield project is not the project for you. That discussion is about to happen, I think. There might be other proposals that come in. I think there will be. And maybe they're better. That's always been the hope here. And so that's the decision you have to make tonight. If you want a downtown, right? And I just got to say this. I want to appreciate everybody who's come up here and said that the reason that I wasn't reelected was because of density. Because I thought that actually after 9 years, there were a few folks who don't like me. Clearly, that's not the case. That is the case. Who's kidding who? Look, let me just wrap up my comments and say this. I want to thank all of you up here for your service. This is a difficult decision. I do believe the community is pretty divided on it. And you were elected to be in this position for you to make these decisions. It's nice to say listen to the people, but if you listen to all the people, it's pretty split. And this is when it's hard to be on council, because it means the decision comes down to you. Good luck, and God bless you all.
Amen.
Thank you.
All right, someone against the density? You want to come up, sir? In the back?
Good evening, City Council. Thank you for this time to speak. First-time speaker, Steve Ham, 610 Shore Drive East. Been there 4 years. Actually moved from Safety Harbor to Oldsmar, and one of the best decisions we made as a family. Love the town. It's great. I usually, my past experience is in business, so I try to boil things down to the simplest terms possible. And really, what are we talking about and what are we trying to get to? And I think that we can, in this case, this specific issue, your task is pretty clear. We had an election. We had results of that election where the people that were elected are clearly against this proposal. I'm a registered Republican. I voted for a Democrat because I'm against this density increase. All right, so it is a unifying issue. We had a very good mayor before, a gentleman I enjoyed talking to, really concerned about Oldsmar. I didn't vote for him because of the density issue, okay? So when we boil this down to the issue, what are we really talking about? And why do we need it? And I understand we need to get a developer to sign up on this project so the taxpayers don't pay for it. Why do we need to do that? How much money is enough? How much do we need to give a developer in order to bless us with a downtown? So let's really think this through. Commissioner Buckman's comments, his presentation, I thought was insightful. I thought it was well thought out. I'm new, been here only 4 years. I'm new to the downtown discussion. It may be that it is not economically feasible based on the current zoning and the current density laws that are in place. Why isn't it economically feasible? Is the property better served for a different use? Instead of the grand eating the elephant a bite at a time, right, or in one bite, like we're proposing, do we cut the parcels up into smaller pieces so that they are more manageable for development and stay within our current density? So again, I think that if you look at this and you boil it down, this is a pretty easy decision on the part of council. The election results speak for themselves, and thank you all for my time this evening.
Somebody that is for the density, Vince?
Vince Albanese, 404 Jefferson Avenue South, redoing that home here. I'm an example of, clearly heard Tatiana say she needed tools tonight. And in my opinion, the incentive is simply a tool. And I have confidence, I know all of you, that you guys will do the right thing on behalf of the city if you have the right tools. But the density is simply one of those tools that I don't want to take away. I've got some March 28th Tampa Bay Business Journal. Atlanta-based Copland paid $405,000 per unit for an apartment complex in Tampa last week. All right, $400,000 per unit. We can't move into this home because, and I'll say on the public record, I'm the worst home remodeler on the planet. My wife, honey, if you're watching, it's on the record. All right, so we had to move. There is no place to live in Oldsmar. So where did we go? We're in Hillsborough County. We're at the Mark in Highland Park. $1,800 a month for a 2-bedroom. I had to renew it because I am the worst remodeler. It's $2,700 a month now for a year lease there, right? It's $3,400, and there's a $500 cost to get on the wait list. I want to live in Oldsmar. I spent 20 years in East Lake Woodlands. Our dream was to move here, and we finally have the opportunity to do it. But there's no place for us to go right now. On NPR, March 29th, this is the worst shortage of homes in the United States history. We're 3 million homes short. Housing prices are up 20%. The head Robert Dietz, chief economist with the National Association of Home Builders, says we need more attached townhouses, smaller homes on less land, but in many places zoning rules won't let you buy land and divide it up. Overly restrictive zoning is a big problem nationally. This is not a free market choice, it's a government-imposed rule. He closes by saying, NIMBY opposition, not in my backyard opposition, stops higher density units from being built. Existing homeowners who don't want more traffic keep outdated exclusionary zoning rules in place. So I believe that that's the problem in Oldsmar. And I heard a great presentation tonight. I think we should explore every opportunity. The city will do that. I also heard you say we might need density tonight. So put the tool in the box, is my opinion. And I'm confident in every one of you, extremely confident in our city manager and Tatiana and the rest of the group here that they will do the right thing to make something attractive. My final point, almost everything we hear about here, why is there a delay in getting the traffic problem fixed? It's because of money. And the one thing to not overlook is going to be the tens of millions of dollars in tax revenue generated from people living downtown, and money fixes these problems. So that's my opinion.
Right, someone that's against density, Don?
Don McCullers, 343 Country Club Drive. First, if the developer for the property north of the library is here, I apologize because it sounds like you're going to be a failure because you're not getting a density increase. The density intensity bonus is what I'm really against in this whole thing. I don't even like those words. They don't sound good. It sounds bad. But let's talk about traffic. You know, we've been talking about traffic. You know, the study says, and I'm assuming that this was all before the rezoning is taking place tonight, these traffic studies come in. So we're going to have 959 available parking spots. 850 of them are going to be in a garage. 109 of them are going to be on the street. 2 accesses, yeah, that's subject to change. One to Washington Avenue, you go north, you have to take a right turn onto Tampa Road. The only other way to get out of this town is through these residential streets to the south that don't meet your code. Maybe Park Boulevard does, or a code, okay? Park Boulevard does, Washington probably does, Bayview probably does. You're also probably gonna create a problem at Oakwood because if people going out by Jack Willie's to that traffic light and trying to get out on the roads in the morning, they're gonna get tired of the backups. You get a huge backup there now. You're gonna create more problems there. 310 residential units, figure 2 cars per unit. Even if you figured 1.5 cars per unit, you know, you got 500 to 600 vehicles for residents there. You got 850 in a garage. The peak period development or the demand for parking is 873, according to the study that we had done for the downtown redevelopment. Now that's weekends, so it doesn't leave you a lot of parking. okay? You have 837 peak demand during the day, during the week. Still doesn't leave you a lot. What happens to the existing residents that may want to come up here? We're going to walk from all the way down by the power plant? What about the people in other parts of the community that want to come here? You're not supporting the people that can be here with that. Just a lot of it. The parking lot at City Hall, that's going to become an exit. Everything's coming out onto State Street. By the own traffic counts for the public, for the open houses on the other development project, the state roads are all level of service F. You can't get any worse. Well, I guess you can. We can dump a whole lot more on there. We're not going to solve, unfortunately, with 310 units, the housing shortage in the state of Florida right now. Being in Oldsmar, we're just not going to be able to do that. We are going to create additional long-term problems for the existing residents and the new residents. Bring all of these community roads up to standards. Somebody talked about, I'll buy a stop sign. If you'll let me, I'll go put it up against the MUCTD. Because, yeah, for $1 million, I'm not in favor of the roundabout, I'll tell you that. I think they create issues, problems, they spread the footprint out. I came home from the Port of Tampa today, coming down through Ybor City by Waterworks, through the roundabouts down through there. People trying to cross the roads, they can't get across the intersections. They just can't do it. It creates more issues because people are trying to get out faster. Look at what we're gonna do in the long term. All of the development, all of the is great. But we're doing another one that's beautiful without that type of increase in density. It can be done. We had a nice downtown area started here at one time, and because we got a little aggressive years ago with what we were going to let people put in and do this and that, we chased them out. Hell, you tore down my favorite pizza place to make room for other ones. You do need one thing to bring development in, land, and that we've got. But we don't have to be in a hurry for it. Thank you.
A proponent for density?
How you doing? Dave Beinart, 1810 Hibiscus Court South. I was actually asked to come here tonight because of speaking in August. First of all, I want to say there's no solution that's going to make everybody happy. I mean, there's clear, distinct lines. But with that being said, again, no offense, Doug, I voted for Dan and Jared, and I am for the density. What? Does that make sense? And the reason for that is because I think we need to have representation from both sides. And I think if this council was made up of everybody who agreed with density or everybody who agreed with no density, that there would be a very lopsided community of being happy and unhappy. And I think by bringing in people who aren't necessarily for it, we might be able to balance that out and come up with solutions that make more people happy than not. Sitting here today, listening to some of the comments that people have made, the school zoning, let's face it, that's not set in stone. We say it's going to affect Oldsmar Elementary, but in all reality, if Pinellas County Schools sees that there's a need to rezone the schools, they're going to do that. I mean, that's what they're there for. DOT is going to take care of traffic situations. There are answers to every single problem that has been said today. I know that Jared has been working on that presentation long before he became an elected official. So I think that that presentation would have been done whether he was sitting up there or sitting back here. I just know that's who he is. You know, my brother was the owner of Zen Zone. I spoke to him shortly after August and discussed with him the density. And he agreed that if the density was there, he probably would still be there. You know, it's a business that requires a destination, and, you know, we don't have that here right now. With that being said, I mean, my only real issue with it is I don't understand why it's affecting all the way to Bayview. I just don't understand why it has to go that far over. Maybe there's some zoning that can be done or something in that effect, but that's where I lie. Thank you.
All right. Opponent? Yes?
My name is Sophie Vining. I live at Dover Court 2013, and so I don't live in a downtown, but we do have our own issues in our neighborhood with the Sheffield Court Park that is getting very, very busy and it causing a lot of problems. And based on that, my point is that why can't we just listen to what majority of the people would like to do in a downtown who actually live there, because they are the ones who are going to be affected the most. If anybody wants to go to high density or busy places, there is so many other places to go. Anybody around us does the same thing, have the same thing. Tampa, Dunedin, Safety Harbor, Clearwater, it's all the same. Why do we have to follow it? And why can't we just different and remain a little sure here? Why? And I think our priorities should be just taken first, and we have other issues right now than the density. And I really enjoyed your presentation. Thank you.
Thank you. Looking for a proponent? Mayor Beavis?
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Doug Beavis, 359 Bay Harbor Boulevard, Oldsmar, coming to you as a resident and former elected official. I'm passing out something that came from a national planning publication, and I think without going back into my ball demonstration that I did several meetings ago, fine, laugh. I found the article interesting because these are not my words. These are words of planners, and they somewhat mimicked the explanation that I gave with the box and the larger balls and the golf balls. As Joe Zender, Chief Planner for Portland, Oregon's Bureau of Planning and Sustainability says, again, these are their words and not mine. If the house size is the same, why do you care how many units are in it? Again, those are their words. Another comment, more density does not always mean, and that first comment references that the size of the box is not going to change as I represented by the box that I brought up. And then the second is the two different size balls that I presented that went into that box. More density does not always mean bigger buildings. In Santa Barbara, California, an average unit size density ordinance provides for increased density as the average unit size decreases. And I think if you combine those two comments together by the planners, that's exactly what I was saying. Mayor Siraki on the campaign trail continued to reiterate that if you're gonna put 65 balls in the box where you have 30 balls, that the box has to get taller. And that in fact is not the case. That has never been the case. It's been discussed at the planning board. It's been discussed at many boards. and that the box is not getting bigger. As this gentleman indicated, if you want more density, use smaller balls. I think it was great that you came together and unified and voted 5-0 to move it forward. I also think it's great that we heard about the library property. We're kind of following behind that. It was great to hear that a piece of property that we own that has a development agreement, and we heard the steps that the city manager mentioned in that development agreement. Why do we have that control? Because we own the property. We own what can go on there. And by no means does approving this density mean that we're any closer to a site plan. It's been said by Mayor Seidel. I think it's been reiterated by some of the council members. It's been reiterated by myself. If we don't get a site plan, as we haven't gotten for 25 years, that we're not going to move forward. My thought is that this council votes and unifies to move forward with the density, as Vince said, to give us another tool in the toolbox. Then the next step is to work as a council with the community to develop a site plan that works well with the community. It provides the things that they want, the walkable, safe community that's safe for our friends. If it doesn't do that, we don't approve it and we move on to another developer. I don't care if it's Woodfield or what it is, but obviously for 25 years with this lower density, that we have not gotten that. And I also want to add this. I was an elected official for 10 years in this city and 6 years as mayor of this city. And I had nothing but pride for this city and this community. I had no ulterior motive. And I will tell you this, for the past 4 months, and I've kind of remained quiet, Councilmember Siraki's campaign manager and campaign team came after me and Eric Seidel relentlessly.
Not true.
It is true. It is true. I understand that. This is my
Mayor, point
time.
of order. This is not a question
And
and answer session.
I'll finish with this. Hear me out. Letters being distributed to residents in this neighborhood about me and Eric Seidel, completely inappropriate. I can show you the letters. And I will end with this. And this pains me, Dan.
Stop, please stop.
No,
Please stop.
These are my minutes. Why can't I speak? I asked Mayor Siraki at the Oldsmar days, because we had the 12-story conversation that came up. And I asked him if he said anything to anybody about 12 feet, and he told me no. I will read you the letter from the person he talked to. While Dan Siraki was campaigning for mayor, race in Oldsmar, in February 2002, he spoke to this resident. I'll submit this for the record. He said Eric Seidel's intent were to change the zoning to put up 12-story buildings all the way to the post office. These are not my words.
Please, Doug, please stop.
No,
It's not
I'm
true,
reading this
Doug.
into the record.
It's not true.
I got it. Thank you.
Anybody that is against the density? Ginger?
Ginger Tadaszewski, 303 Park Boulevard. Y'all are lucky because page 3 didn't print. Before we start, Dave McDonald pointed out something about the safety, and he told this story about the kids crossing the street. That was my grandson's group. He could have been one of the kids run over. I was shocked to hear that. It's just crazy. So we need to do something about that now. And just one other thing at the beginning, because I'm confused about this, and somebody up there can tell me the answer. In other council meetings, if you go back and look, are we in negotiations with Woodfield right now? Yes or no?
It's not a question.
Not a question and answer. Right now.
Okay. All right. So let me just read my thing then. As you know, I will be speaking against density, but in reality, I don't really like that phrase because I don't like using the word against. It's just negative. I would prefer to put it like this. I am in favor of a walkable downtown that is not encumbered with too much traffic and without apartments. And I just want to give you a little history of this journey in my mind's eye. COVID really put a damper on things because I used to come to all the many city council meetings. During COVID, I didn't come at all, and I rarely watch them online, I'm sorry to say, because attending these meetings is my primary way of finding out what's going on in the city. I've seen many renderings over the years, many of which I really liked. During that time of seeing all these different models, I don't recall anyone ever using the word density or increasing density. And maybe it's my mistake, and it could be, or density incentive. I've never heard it until Woodfield came along. So if it happened before, I didn't know about it. But getting back to the story, when former Mayor Seidel posted the Woodfield vision on his Facebook page last year sometime, I felt like it was a bait and switch because I was expecting these really cool models. And what I got was a giant apartment building. Now, I know you all say it's mixed use, and it is mixed use. But from a perspective of maybe driving along Tampa Road, it looks like an apartment building. So if you're trying to encourage people to visit, they're seeing an apartment building. I asked all of you to use your right brain thinking skills. That was me back 6 or 7 months ago. Thank you, Jared, for doing that. And maybe his proposal up here, it was very interesting. Maybe his proposal won't work. Maybe it will. My thought on it is take what we have now. Maybe use part of Jared's suggestions. I don't know if it'll work. We have things in place right now. If we can, hear me out on this, everybody. If we can take what we have now and build it up, and I'm not sure how, but if we can do it, would we not create a scenario where other developers would want to build next to City Hall? If there were a bunch of businesses down at the St. Pete State Street interchange, and that was a thriving little place in there with restaurants and stuff, wouldn't that not encourage other developers? Just a thought. I'm of the opinion that Dan and Jared got elected because people don't want density. That's my opinion. Nonetheless, some of you are going to vote for density. I'm sorry. I think you should listen to the people and try to use your right brain thinking a little bit more. Really, you guys are smart. You can do this. I know. You go, girl. Where's Mr. Roniker? I know he put a lot of work into the city, and I appreciate all the work he did. But I don't know whether he's disconnected, but most people still don't know what happens in the city. And we've been doing this for 20 years. Oh my God, there's plenty of time. Everybody should know. They don't know. I've been door to door. People still don't know. And I appreciate the large turnout we had in the election, 2,700 people out of 15,000. That's not a lot. And that's on you guys to figure out how to make that happen, how to increase that, because nobody knows. I'm telling you, I speak to a lot of people. Nobody knows what's going on still. All right, let me finish up by the notes I made on the back. A density in, I went to the library and talked to Felicia at the Black Box Theater project. And the thing that caught my eye was the board. Remember I asked you to borrow it? And it said, development, 6.22 acres. How much do we have next to City Hall? 8? That development doesn't need a density incentive. Let's move it. Not that. I don't want to move it. Sorry, John, I don't want to move it. But if we can get a developer to develop there, why can't we find a developer to develop next to City Hall and take the extra 1.5 acres and make a park out of it? There are other ways to do this. I know there's people that own businesses here and they're super excited about the density, but in your own minds, think about why you go to a business.
Thank you.
Darn it. Okay.
Thank you very much. Yeah. Okay, everybody, we're going to take a fast 10-minute break.
You need a motion for a recess?
Yep, I need a motion for a recess.
Move to
please.
recess the meeting for 10 minutes.
I second that motion.
I have a motion by Councilmember Knapp and a second by Councilmember Gannon.
Yes.
All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? 10-minute recess.
Don't be talking about anything.
Okay. Can you please tell him why I keep saying that? What the purpose of the motions are? That's all I was going to say.
So, in the discussion that we had the last time, every single time when there is. You know what?
Yeah, which is regular, that discussion.
Well, yeah, and they never decided. We talked about this separately. Are they gonna be apartments? Are they gonna be condos? Are they gonna be Section 8? What are they gonna be? Yeah, and you've got all these businesses now right here. You give government an inch, you're gonna make a mile. So telling me that, oh, you don't have to do this, totally bogus. But you've got all these businesses like right here that are empty.
Oh, that's
I've been here 35 years. The only reason why I knew about this is because next door, I was on next door app, and I think it was Justin. Yeah, Justin put on there what was going on, and I started reading, and he did the numbers. That's the thing about it. What they want to do, other times, that's a toilet. See, by me, I live all the way up. I live back. Like where that other baby was. There were no signs. There were signs for there were no signs for there. But there was no risk. Unless they're involved, you know, they say everything. Sure, that's on the majority.
I know it has been a while, but so say hi to Sherry.
That's really funny. Seriously, you guys.
Keep it straight.
I didn't ask. Whatever. Okay.
I went for. Been real busy. A friend of ours. He had a fish fry one night. We had a fish fry that's really good. It's every third Friday.
Yeah.
I will.
We just expanded. We just voted to expand. I don't know.
We are going to reconvene the meeting, and we're going to continue with the public hearing. And we're up, who's up next is a proponent. Who's a proponent? Dave?
Thank you very much. Dave Enos, 404 Shore Drive East, Oldsmar. I'm for the density increase for a lot of the reasons that we've heard people say tonight. I won't reiterate them all, but a couple of things we've heard from past elected officials. This topic has basically been bounced around for 26 years and discussed and moved forward to various stages over time. And I'm confident that the council, as it currently is seated up here, is going to make the right decisions and do the right things, whether this passes or not. And my hope is that it will pass, so that we can have the tool that's been recommended for approval by the city and unanimously approved by the county. I think it's something that we need to do. Let's stop kicking the can down the road, move to the next stage of the game, and start entertaining some fantastic designs that make sense. They don't have to maximize the tool that we have if it is the 65 number that is being tossed about, but I certainly am for it. So thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thanks, Dave.
Sir, are you against it?
Yes.
Yep, come on up.
Hello, my name is TJ Murphy. I live on Fairfield and Dartmouth. I've been living here 38 years. I basically moved to Oldsmar to get away from density. And I realized there is change, there is growth. I used to party up here back in the 70s when there was nobody up here in the canals. And that's what made Oldsmar so eclectic. So when I came back here, when I moved back here many years ago, this is where I wanted to raise my family. I love Oldsmar. I know it's going to grow and it needs to grow, but it needs to grow smart. It needs to grow smart because we have something in Oldsmar that very few places have in this county or anywhere in this part of Florida. We have land. We got a bunch of it. And it's worth a whole lot of money. So do something really cool with it. Okay, you talk about density. You don't need the density to drive that downtown. You got to figure out how to get 57,000 cars a day to take a right-hand turn into your place. You build something cool, I promise you they will come. Just like the movie. Build it, they will come. Where do I go? I go to downtown Dunedin. I go to Safety Harbor. That's where I go. If I want density, I'll go to St. Petersburg and have condos that I can look up and walk down Central Avenue like this now, where there used to be little eclectic shops everywhere. They're just being slammed down and going up. I go to Ybor City. That's what we need here. What does the Northeast do? What in the Northeast? Anybody from the Northeast? Okay, they ban Walmarts. They ban all these giant shopping centers because they keep it eclectic. They keep it small, and their downtowns thrive. They thrive because they build cool little restaurants and cool little shops that people want to see. And that's what you need to do. We need to have something really neat. Like I said, I live right over here. I run these streets. I've been running these streets for 40 years. Okay, they're dangerous to run now, and they're going to be more dangerous. I have a neighbor who lives across the street from me, across the street of Dartmouth. Okay, I have to be careful walking across the street right now, and it hasn't even begun. You haven't even slammed all these apartment complexes on top of us to where they will take a right on Dartmouth. They will use that as a speedway because it's happening now. It's happening now, okay? It's funny, all the people that are pro-density don't live in this little group. I don't know how many streets there are right here in this little pen that it really affects. It really affects. Okay, the people who want this, the density and want this, are the people that are going to profit off of it because they're going to put a business there and, oh, we need this so I can drive my pizza parlor and stuff like that. No, you don't live here. You don't live here. You don't live where it's going to affect, where I'm walking every day. We have something very special in Oldsmar, okay? It's so quaint and eclectic, okay? We're kind of the forgotten community, okay? Let's not ruin it. Let's not ruin it, okay? Don't give away that land. Somebody will develop it the right way, okay? So I forget who mentioned this. He goes, how much money do you have to make? Okay, how much? I'm not a developer, I don't know. But I guarantee you, it's a lot less than they want to do. You don't need 60 units per square meter or whatever things you're doing, okay? You can cut the density and get the 57,000 cars to make that right-hand turn. It'll work, I guarantee it. That's it.
Thank you. Looking for a proponent, please. Linda?
Hello, everybody. I've already congratulated you and, Mayor Saraki and Vice Mayor Buckman, and I apologize, Katie. I am so sorry. I texted them, and I am so sorry. Congratulations.
Thank you.
It just slipped my mind. Okay, so I am Linda Norris, and I live at 510 Oakwood Boulevard. I bought my house 22 years ago, and I understand all y'all that live on Park and live downtown, because when I bought my house, I was surrounded by probably 20 acres, and there were 2 houses, mine and Rosemary Sellers. That's it. Now, if you go down Oakwood, you're gonna see $1 million+ house, my little house, $1 million+ house, probably a few more will be built, and 3-story, $500,000 condos across the canal. So I understand how y'all feel. I really do. So I've been here for 22 years, but my history with Oldsmar, it's gonna really date me, but it's okay. Late 60s, my parents worked at the racetrack. We were little kids and we played in the parking lot. Early 70s, went to the flea market all the time. Late 70s, I was an exercise girl at Tampa Bay Downs until I got to be 101 pounds, because you could only be 100 pounds to be an exercise girl. So anyhow, the town has already changed. This is not, okay, I'm hearing a lot of people say that you two were elected because of no density. Well, guess what, y'all? These 3 were elected for pro-downtown. And it distresses me, all the stuff that's on social media, all of the, I'm getting nervous now because it breaks my heart to see you guys get slammed, Beavis. I've been slammed, I've been thrown under the bus, it is just, this is not Oldsmar. This is not the people that are saying that you want community and you want, you know, family, but you go to the lengths of personal attacks, and you go to the lengths of lies, and it's just, it breaks my heart, you know. And Dan, I got to tell you, a lot of people told me the 12-story story, you know, and I had to tell them, no, it's 5 stories, you know. So I just want to say that it's easier. Well, no, it's not easier being up there now. I feel for y'all, okay? I'm glad I'm not up there now, you know, but it has been 20-something years. All the other developments failed. All the other developments would have required an increase. Like Mayor Seidel said, this is just an incentive for vertically integrated. We still have the control of what happens. Just because we raise it, just because we say that you're going to vote for the density increase, doesn't mean that that's going to happen. All it means is maybe we will go more nationwide. Maybe we will get more people that are going to do it. Maybe we can do some of the things that, you know, some of the people are saying. Maybe that can happen. There's going to be public hearings. There's going to be time for people to come and say, this is what we'd rather have, and then hash it out there. All it is an incentive. It's not, you know, all of a sudden we're going to have 12-story buildings all over Oldsmar. That's not going to happen. There's not a lot of land that it can even happen with. Most of the land is already developed. People aren't going to knock down 5-story hotels to do this. They're not going to do that. So I'm for it, and God, I can't believe how nervous I am. I wasn't as nervous when I was up there. All right, breathe. And something that Mayor Seidel said, $25 to $30 million for a parking garage. This developer, or a developer that you guys will have negotiations with, should pay for that parking garage. And Jared, I think that parking garage is privately owned, the one that you were talking about. I don't know. The one over by Shim, I think that's privately owned. So do us taxpayers really want to pay $25 to $30 million for a parking garage? I don't, you know, I don't. So I just want everybody, I mean, and I think it's great that everybody's coming out for this, because we never had this many people. We never did. I mean, I served with Mayor Beavis, Mayor Seidel, Mayor Roniker. I've served with Dan, Andrew, Katie, and all of the different projects have fallen through over the years for one reason or another. So give the incentive and then hash it out. Give the incentive, and then everybody can get together and try to figure out what's best for Oldsmar. It doesn't mean that we're going to have 12-story buildings. Thank you.
I'm looking for an opponent against the density increase. Back there, would you come up first? Yep, please.
Carol Conley, 409 Jefferson Avenue, South Oldsmar. I've lived here 22 years, single mom, raised kids here, worked 2-3 jobs, and I feel for some of the parents here that live along Park Street, especially about this proposed density increase. I am for the improvement of Oldsmar. There's more than that section of land. There's other places, as the gentleman said earlier, we have quite a few places, but as far as the responsible way of approaching this density thing, I am against it. I think we should vote no and revisit this and regroup. One other word, COVID, okay? Some of us have not been here because of COVID. I've lost loved ones to the disease or the virus. I've had it myself. I'm a cancer survivor, so I have a low immune system. And it really bothers me with the city of Oldsmar. Dan Saraki, I worked with your daughter many, many, many moons ago at Oldsmar Tap House. That was my moonlighting job, okay? I voted for you. I also voted for Buckman because of I felt that you'd have our best interest at heart. The rest of the council members, I just think I'm a firm believer in having a little bit of balance. The last meeting I went to, the 1st of December, I did speak and I was spoken down to. There was a lot of eyeball rolling on the panel. Maybe y'all were tired, I don't know. And a very condescending comment came from the former mayor. So there's that, okay? But moving forward, I believe the State Street listens to the people that when they pay a lot of money for those houses and the traffic is terrible, people don't pay attention. I am in downtown as well. They don't pay attention to the stop signs. Pets are being killed. And I'm just that is the truth. It should be I'm thinking more of a market arts, craft, maybe a small thing. It should be for community. People come together and we fellowship together and we talk, and I think that that's State Street. But as far as the library, I am all for growth. I believe we have to have taxes to come in so we can keep our roads safe for our families and children. Thank you.
Thank you. A proponent, please. Yep.
Hi, my name's Kathy Shecker. I live at 402 Jefferson Avenue, and I have to admit, I watched the beginning of the meeting at home until this started, so it's very interesting. I've lived in Oldsmar for 30 years, and the last 11 years I've lived within 1 mile of downtown. I am for the density increase. The newbies who say this is happening too fast, you're just not well informed, because this has been going on for more than 25 years. There was some progress a long time ago. We had the tap house and we had an awesome sushi restaurant, for those of you who remember that, but they closed down. The real estate market crashed, and those buildings are still empty, with the exception of a very few. The vote tonight is just to increase the density. We're not voting on the plan that's going in, and I know it's up to 65, but say we come up and another developer gives us a plan that's 50 units. Where do we draw the line? 40 units, 45? Where do we draw the plan? But the problem is the vote tonight is just that, is step one. This is the tool to get us to the next step. Without the density increase, we will never be able to do anything downtown. No developer has been interested because it isn't a good investment for them. Right now, it is not profitable for anyone, not the developer, not the residents, not the businesses that are downtown, and certainly not our city. For those of you who are against the density increase, I don't recognize most of you. I don't know who you are. You're not out supporting the businesses that are here now. How do you expect them to survive without the customers? I'm tired of the ghost town, which ironically, former Mayor Seidel mentioned that this was a ghost town because it kind of is a ghost town downtown. There's nothing going on. I worked at Oldsmar Elementary for about 13 years, and I certainly feel for the families who have young children. But when my daughter went to school there were more than 800 students there. Now there's less than 600. There is more than enough room to take on more students. And when students walk to school, they don't walk down Dartmouth. They walk down Buckingham, and there are crossing guards. And I know me, I walked my kids to school. I didn't send them by themselves. I made sure that they were safe getting back and forth. So that's just something that I felt was kind of important. Anyway, to sum it up, we need a downtown. To get a downtown, we need the density incentive, the density increase. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello. Barry Sullivan, 300 State Street East, Unit 326. As I'm sitting back there, just hearing a lot of comments, a lot of emotion, a lot of snickering, a lot of stuff. I hadn't planned on saying anything, but I just want to remind all of us here that whether we voted for anybody up here or not, that just as much as we love the city of Oldsmar, these people love the city of Oldsmar. They were put here for a reason. They've given their lives, their livelihoods, they've surrendered their families, some of them their reputations, different things, so that they could sit here and help oversee this city that we all love. And whether we've lived here for 30 plus years or 4 years, I've lived here for 25 years, these people love the city just as much as we do. I raised 4 sons in this city. I had kids that we lived 2 houses down from Oldsmar Elementary School on Buckingham Avenue West. My kids went to Oldsmar Elementary. There was a time that they were at Forest Lakes. There was a time that they were at Carwise, and a time that they were at Oldsmar Christian School. So we've covered the gamut with my family, with all of that. But all of these people love the city. So to hear the hatred and to hear the emotion, to hear the snickering and the comments is uncalled for. You know, back when REO, when he planned the city, I'm sure that there was a lot of talk by the people, maybe the 1 or 2 people who lived here, about what he was doing to the property in the city and the plans that he had. We've all seen the picture, the painting. I'm still amazed by it in the library in the Tico room. You know, people said it was probably too much, but you know, here we are as a city and we love what's happened to the city. In the last 25 years, we have personally lived at the village of Old Tampa Bay. We owned a home on Buckingham Avenue West. We lived in the home of a friend at Bayview Ave. We lived in the McDonald's home at Shore Drive East for a year. And now we're currently at the Galleria on State Street East. All of those addresses are in what we all call Old Oldsmar. We live on this side of town because we love the small town feel of Oldsmar, and we don't want to lose that in any way. And that's why we stand up here against the density increase. My wife feels the same way. It was really hard for us in this election because we love all of you guys. We're close with Dan, we were close with Eric, but it came down to this issue for us. Our current living situation, we live in the corner unit. You've probably driven by that corner. You see the Jesus sign up in the window? That's us, because we're pastors. And there's a lot of testimonies that have come because of that sign, but we live up there, and I can tell you we used to live in the apartment on the 2nd floor over the archway, right over where the tap house is now. And if I lived there now, I would hate it, absolutely hate it, because of the noise, because of the live music that's underneath it. We live on the 3rd floor. My bedroom's on the 4th floor. We're the highest residential unit in all of Oldsmar. And I look out that window and I pray for all of you. Each and every morning I pray for this city as the sun comes up and make declarations, scriptural declarations over the city. But a lot of times what wakes me up is the buses that pull up and park there for 10 minutes while the driver gets out and smokes a cigarette and the bus is still running, the PSDA bus. People come up there, loud cars all the time, motorcycles. It's just a lot of noise. You've got to have a heart to live in a mixed-use building, but it can be overwhelming. I think that all of these apartments that would come in, I mean, it would draw people who want to live in that situation, but if we're talking about making it more affordable, we want to buy in Oldsmar right now, and it's hard. For us, that's why we're renting. I don't think that a developer would come in and make housing affordable. We talk about affordable housing for workers. They would have to be CEOs and other things, other kinds of workers. And you know, basically, we wish there were more life in downtown Oldsmar. And again, we live in the Galleria, and I don't know all the nuances of the relationship with Doug Spinagle and why there aren't more businesses in those empty units that are down there. I mean, some of them are still undeveloped. There's dirt floors in these window spaces. They're air conditioning dirt floors. I don't understand it. They could put coffee shops in there, different things. It's never been fully developed or utilized because the owner is doing what he's doing. Who's to say that a developer or a builder would come in and not do the same thing? Well, I don't want to put that in there, so I'm not going to allow that in there. We don't have any control over that once we let loose of that. We want to see something more like Safety Harbor or downtown Dunedin. Thank you so much. God bless.
Thanks, Kerry.
Proponent, please. Come on up, yeah, Jason. Yep.
Good evening, Jason Sanders, 101 South Bayview Boulevard. Jared, I'm sorry. Councilman Buckman. I have to get used to that a little bit for a second. I'm sorry. Second time I've done that to you, so I apologize. I appreciate your presentation, and you're the first person that I've heard that's been against to say more than I'm against it. Okay, at least you offered something up, and I appreciate your forethought with that, and I appreciate you going out of your way to bring something else to the table. Okay. As a lot of people against it talk up here this evening, they talk about it as this is an end. This is far from an end. This is a beginning. Okay, this is a doorway for you to move forward and create whatever you want to create. You have that blank palette. I've said other things in the past, I don't need to bring all those up again, but I just want to also say, it's been said a few times, the recent elections were a statement, and I agree. Councilman Graber, your election was a statement. Andrew, Councilman Knapp, I apologize. Your election was a statement. And for those, Councilmember Gannon, who discounted you earlier, your election was a statement. Thank you.
Thank you. All right. Someone that's against the density? Yes, please.
Hello, Mayor, Vice Mayor, and Council. My name is Melissa Stickler, and I don't live near Park Boulevard. I don't live near State Street. I live at 4 Sunny Point Terrace. I live in a household with 2 registered voters and 2 more to come soon. Kids are getting older. So I first want to say we're in support of the project near the library. We went to the open house. It was wonderful and loved it. So we're in support of growth. Growth that's planned and very thoughtful, out-of-the-box thinking. However, we are opposed, and I will say opposed, I won't go into all the reasons everyone already listed, but we are opposed to the density increase. We moved to Oldsmar in 1995. We love it here. We moved to Oldsmar because it's a small town, a happening small town. We have cool things that go on. We want to see it continuously improve, not stay stagnant, but also not erupt like a sore thumb with buildings that are out of character. So I'm supportive of attracting the businesses and, again, thoughtful planned growth, because we do need to keep moving on. So moving on, most important, I do believe that elected officials are here to represent the people, okay? I agree with what was said earlier, that you can't represent every opinion that comes up, but you do have a responsibility to represent the majority. Therefore, when something is this split, I think you've heard tonight, people on both sides, we are split. Until we get a majority opinion, I feel that you cannot vote to move forward with this as is until there's more out-of-the-box thinking and a little bit more study. I'm not suggesting necessarily focus groups. I don't know what the right answer is, but we need to move forward. Represent the people, step back, listen, look for majority opinion, and don't push forward with this much opposition. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes.
Yes, I did. And I got missed because Dan forgot my name. Sudayanis Cologne, 402 Arlington Avenue, East, Oldsmar. I'm saddened. I started off tonight saying I was very excited to see everybody come out to give their opinions. But since this election happened, which many of them I've been involved with for many, many years, I have never seen our town divided the way it is right now. Now, I understand reasons for people that are getting informed now about what we're doing. I myself have been on this path for 25 years, and I understand new people move in, new people learn about it. I understand we expected lines outside the doors today, which were not there. So we are still continuously only getting a handful of opinions from each side. And I am just so saddened that we are all torn and we can't come together for a future for our town. I am for the density because I believe this council, future councils, will make the right choice and not build what the fear is controlling right now. And that's what mostly I feel I've heard is a fear of what could happen, a fear of this. And I'm so sad. I have never seen a community so divided as we are today. And I hope that whatever this council and future councils decide will help bring our community back together, because we're not right now. We can hardly sit in a room with somebody and not have this discussion. And I think it's great to have discussions, but it is so, as we've heard tonight, it is so emotional, such a tough subject. And this council may not be the ones to make the decision for the future. I've seen that happen well over and over again in 25 years. So I am for the density. I think this has been a long path. I believe we should not keep kicking the can down the road. I believe we should continue to be informed. I believe we should continue to look at all options. But I hope we can continue to try to bring our town back together, because this has been very sad to see such division in a community that has always been one. So, thank you.
Thank you, Sina. Opponent? David?
Dave McDonald, 124 Shore Drive Place. So a lot of the talk tonight, Jason said that you three were elected, but you weren't elected on the density issue. The density issue was not around when you were elected. This past election was solely on the density issue. And that is why that gentleman is vice mayor, and that is why that gentleman is mayor. Because the people of Oldsmar spoke loud and clear to you three that they wanted nothing to do with this density increase, close to 1,500 voters. So when you swore your oath to represent the city, you remember that the majority of voters, record turnout, I understand, came out. People don't sit on the couch and say, hey, I've never voted before, but I want to come out and vote and stay the course. No, they come out, get off their couch to vote because they want to change the course. And you should adhere to that as elected officials, the majority of the vote. Now, I won't go into the big detail because I've been told by some that they don't care what I did or what I know, and I understand that that's been the opinion of the council to people who were opponents of this from day one. And it's disrespectful, and people feel it, and people know it, and that's why they voted the way they did. But one thing I will say is this past tragedy we had 2 weeks ago, you want to go ahead and authorize this density increase without doing any kind of studies about impact or anything. But the one thing you should do is a traffic study now. It's very, very evident that we need to have at least that done before you vote to increase the density. Because as our Director of Public Works said, maybe this road, the study will find out this road can't be improved enough to adhere to that. Maybe there are some limitations to this road that we just can't adapt to that road. We may not be able to make that road able to have 65 units per acre on that street and 800 cars pouring out there in the morning and the evening. But my question to you three is that as you vote tonight, are we going to have another tragedy after you vote this and we find out that this traffic's not going to be amendable and we're not going to be able to handle it? What are we going to say then? Do the right thing. Do what the people of Oldsmar voted for. Vote no on this tonight. Do your job. Do it honorably, because that's what the people wanted, and that's why these two gentlemen are where they're at right now. Thank you.
All right. Do we have anybody else that is a proponent? Yes, please come up.
My name's Terry Sage. I live at 1812 Greenwood Drive. And I'm here in support of the density increase. Passing the increase doesn't automatically mean that the future project has to have 65 units per acre. The amount of units per acre would be determined during negotiations. What it does give the city another tool to use to find out what's best for Oldsmar. Without it, I fear that the downtown we all want will remain as it is now, a city hall at the end of weed-covered fields. During the last election, a lot of misinformation was put out that if the density passes, the city utilities will be over capacity, our schools will be overcrowded, tall buildings would line State Street, and cars would pack the streets. It looked like that was fake news. Right here in Oldsmar. These scare tactics worked, and a new mayor was elected by a small majority of voters, not the huge mandate against the density issue that some would have you believe. Leading up to the elections, there were veiled and not so veiled threats against those in favor of the density issue in upcoming elections. Now there's a talk of a recall petition to remove those city council members who vote for density increase. What can we expect next? A torch-lit mob to march down State Street to tar and feather those who want density? In light of these threats, the mantra of a small town and neighborly feel that is this battle cry against density surely has a very hollow ring to it. Thank you.
Any other opponents? Okay, one more.
Hello again, Angie Armstrong, 3656 Meriden Avenue. I'm talking to you guys as an outsider. It seems like everyone here is very emotionally and intellectually invested in this topic, right? And there's a lot of, oh, well, it might do this and it might do that. So I'm gonna come from an outside perspective and say, first of all, this incentive that everybody just wants to act like, oh, well, it's just an incentive. If any one of us went to, say, a job interview and the incentive was to make $50 an hour, am I gonna go in there and say, oh no, I'm okay with 30? Like, we put this limit, then anybody that's going to come in wanting to make money is going to do what they can to meet that limit, because more people means more money, right? So this is how I see it. The other thing is, I've lived here for almost 12 years now. This whole like downtown is a ghost town. If we need businesses and people, then why aren't we filling what we already have built? Like, that to me doesn't make sense. There's a supply and a demand. Well, we have the supply, but there's nothing there, so we're just gonna build more? Like, that doesn't make sense. The other point that I have is that as a parent, when you have one kid, things seem simple, right? You got toys for that one child. But the moment you double that and you have a second child, the toys don't double. The stuff that you have in your house doesn't double. It literally quadruples somehow, and they still fight over the one toy. But the point is, oh, let's just go from 30 to 65. It's no big deal. But it is. You're literally doubling the amount of people in this one small area, using up more resources, causing more of everything, because you literally are doubling the amount of people. It's not just an incentive. It's how far allow developers, if we allow them to come in, how far they can go. Oh, we're okay with you pushing it up to here. You know, on the other hand, if we don't want our city to change, then why are we caving to what developers want? They don't want to come in because our, units per acre isn't high enough. Well, this is our city. We should be able to say what we want. If we don't want more than 30 or whatever it may be, then they need to do what we want, and they need to build what we want in this city, not what they think is going to make them more money. So, my outsider perspective. Thank you.
Thank you. Do we have any other proponents? Yes, please, come on up.
And my story is, my name is Deborah Monster from Gullar Village. And I just want to say a few words about the development density plans for downtown Oldsmar. I'm in complete favor of it, and I believe there has been an ongoing campaign to silence the voices of those in favor. Case in point, I tried to give my positive input on a social media app next door when I saw all the negative and mostly misinformation regarding the density issues and redevelopment in general. And I gave examples and even photos of my small hometown up north where this very issue had happened to 40-year residents of a town where most were initially opposed to any redevelopment. And it's been 5 years now, and the redevelopment has been a huge success. And even the 40-year residents agree. Traffic issues are non-existent, and the restaurants are thriving, and the mixed-use developments are a huge success. And all that said, my bigger issue today is the way I was silenced on our local Oldsmar social media app next door when trying to tell my story about the positive outcomes I witnessed above. And the silencing and attacks were hurtful, and they were shameful and typical bullying of those who do not wish to hear any other side of an issue. Even though this group bashed 3 opposing members of the city council, along with the previous mayor, for months, nothing was done to quell them on the Nextdoor social media app. And none of their lashing posts were censored, yet they ganged up on me, an elderly woman who was just simply trying to provide some positive feedback. They tried to shame me and were able to immediately, through biased leads, remove the only one negative, honest input I had concerning you, Dan. And even while they continued to constant bashing of the other 3 sitting council members who opposed their views. So they then went after me by bullying me in other posts that I did not even attend. And I had to report them to the National Nextdoor Support Group just to get them off my back. And I had to delete my account due to their nasty attacks. So the reason I'm telling you all of this is that I hope you will understand the type of tactics that's been used by this group and it is using to silence the voices of us who support this density issue. It appears still today that they are still using these bullying tactics in an attempt to recall the 3 council members who we voted in a fair and honest election, and more importantly, whose voices do speak for us, for many of us, those who are in favor of this density issue. Please do not believe everything you hear from these groups on Nextdoor, because when they say that most citizens are not in support of the issues here today, we should be able to amiably speak in favor without being canceled and bullied, and everyone deserves to be heard and treated with respect. So I'm definitely in favor of the density issues increase because I've experienced the success of it in the town that I lived up north. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening. I'm Mark Longnecker, 103 Brent Circle. We need to vote yes on the density, you guys do. It's the start of something. You know, there's a lot of misinformation. Everybody thinks that we're gonna have high rises right away. It's been said over and over. It's just another tool so we can get somebody in. It's been going on for 25, been around for 25 years, but that's what we hear, 25, 26 years. You know, either do it or don't. You know, and let the people go plant vegetables on the land. Because, I mean, that's really, you got land that taxpayers are paid for, and it's sitting there doing nothing. Makes no sense. This is just one step in kind of moving forward a little bit. And no, we as the town and y'all, and as we have more meetings, we'll vote. Is all that density used or is it not? What's going on? But this is the start. It has to be yes. Or plant vegetables. Because the damn land's just sitting there. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Do we have any other opponents? Yes?
Hello, I'm going to be a little less emotional because I can talk about this without crying. Megan Buckman, 310 Washington Avenue. And I am not in support of the density incentive at this moment. And the reason for that is the land that we're really wanting to develop is this beautiful little puzzle piece at the end of Park and on State Street that has an opportunity to be exactly what we need, not what we need to give to a developer. And what does that mean? Well, that means that once we do it, the opportunity is lost for what we need. What does this city need? It needs to support its youth. It needs to support growth that happens organically, or we may end up with what they call a big white elephant, right? So a big building that is there that doesn't attract individuals and will stay empty. Jared showed that slide of Armature Works. What brings people to that area? It's an attraction, right? It's a place. What got them there? And what gets people down to the Riverwalk area in Tampa? It was great planning, it was creativity, it was ingenuity. It was not putting people in the area. So the moment we codify this and we put it into law, our developers are gonna say, well, yeah, I want to build. And they're going to, come on in and they're going to want to build it and it's going to fit everything that we've put forward because they've seen everything at this point. What do we have in our back pocket to get what we want at this point? We're giving it all away. Where are we in the negotiations? If we go ahead and do the density incentive without making sure that we are looking for good bids, because from what I know, when Woodfield came forward and they did this unsolicited bid, they came forward with it. The city had to go out and look for additional bids. Did they do a national search? Did we? No. You put it in the Tampa Tribune. I don't think that was thorough enough. I want to have faith in my city that you're going to do the best for us with great planning, with creativity, with sound mind, and listening to everyone. And unfortunately, in the beginning of this, I don't think it didn't feel like some of you took the residents seriously. And there was a lot of bashing. Okay, I'm not gonna say bashing because that's happening all over the place now. But originally, those that didn't want the density incentive, they're really talked down to, right? And I don't think that was done on purpose. It's just not used to people coming forward and being against stuff. This is new to us. And so if anything, I think we have to get that creativity back in there. We have to get the faith of everyone back in us. And that comes from listening and giving great feedback and encouraging feedback. And encouraging people talking to you and listening thoroughly, which I know each and every one of you can do. An election did happen, right? And there are some other ideas out there. And I don't think this is our one opportunity to build because the landscape has changed through COVID. It's changed. So this isn't just the one time, because things are changing every day, what we need in this area and what we need as a people and what we need as a community. We are the youngest demographic and the youngest city in Pinellas County. What do we do for our youth? What do we have for them? What do we have set forward for them? I have to tell you that the rec center is not built well, right? It doesn't support much. I also have to say that we had lots of problems with the BMX track. We also had lots of problems with the Galleria. What do all of these have in common? There are things that this city put forward, and I think it's because a city that's inexperienced. Get some more experts in, get some more creativity, give us a great plan, because we deserve it. Thank you.
Great. Thank you. Proponent, please.
Hey guys, my name is Pammy Proper. I live at 296 Patty Drive, kind of sort of towards downtown, but on the beaten path. You're gonna have to bear with me because I'm all over the place on my phone. I've been taking notes as people have talked and things, because I wasn't planning on getting up to talk. I talked at the last one, and said my piece, but obviously this is the final vote and I want my statements put in here. I'm going to go first with some of the things that people said. The girl back here said, you know, if somebody gives me an incentive for $50, I'm going to go, oh no, just give me 30. Well, that goes the other way too. If somebody gives me $1 million, I could be like, shit, I'll spend it all. But I'm going to think, well, I want to incent that. I want to hold on to that to make it last through my life. And I have a gift here that I can do whatever I want with. Okay? So to me, the incentive, y'all have whatever you can do with it. Okay? We do have a new mayor, a new vice mayor. We have our council members that I voted all the council members in. Okay? And to me, you guys do have the right to say, listen, jackass, you're not going to put 65 people or 65 units or whatever. I want 40. I want 33. Whatever. You guys have that right as what you're doing sitting up there. So you can take this half of the room or that half of the room and you can combine it. Maybe not 65, maybe not 30. Get it at 45. Get it somewhere where we all can bring, another thing she said, the community, bring the community together, stop this half-ass bullshit that this one is saying this and this one is saying that, and Dan's a liar and this one and that. You know, I'm sick of it. I want to live happily, okay? The other reason I'm for this incentive is I have adult children that are 19 and 22 now. My son just turned 22. They are struggling to find affordable housing anywhere in Pinellas County. They want to stay here in their hometown where they were born and they were raised. And they can't afford to buy a house right now, but they can afford an apartment together. My two sons want to go out and pay whatever the market value is right now. It's about $2,000 to $3,000 to rent a crappy house. Okay, so why not put some apartments in for our family? Now, you guys talk about, you know, oh, there's so many people going to invade Oldsmar. Well, let me tell you something. My sons live here and have lived here their whole lives. They're going to move out of my house, which makes my house go from 5 to 3. And they want to stay in Oldsmar. So there they go, whoop, I'm going to go into this new apartment place over here on State Street. And you still have the same amount of people living in Oldsmar, guys. It doesn't have to be new people coming from freaking California to move to our city. These are people, you all have kids and grandkids. What if they want to live where grandpa lives or where dad lives, or they want to stay close to their elderly parents? You know, why not? Why are we so against apartments? I mean, are we all that rich that we can just go, well, shit, if they can't afford to live in Oldsmar, then just have them move up somewhere else? I mean, we're being ridiculous because we're all wanting to be a community. Well, let's be a damn community. Let's pull this incentive in, have it in our back pocket to say, you know what? Let's do this down the line. And like Mrs. Buckman says, hey, there's another time for this. Well, if there is, then fine, hold on to that incentive. Keep it there and go, you know what? I'm going to use this next month or next year or 5 years. Or like another person said, you guys might not even be sitting on council when we finally do this damn project. So take this incentive and put it in our tool basket so the next people can come in and say, well, you know what? Speak to the people. We're all here. We can all talk to you guys about what we want in the future. So to me, it's really kind of textbook. Okay, so this one wants this one wants that. Meet in the damn middle and let's get this thing done. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any other opponents left? Anyone against the density? Susan?
Susan Oliver, 302 Washington Avenue. So it's very uncomfortable for me to speak out. I usually just kind of listen to everything, and but I felt I needed to say a couple things that I haven't heard. I actually started on the planning board a while back after talking to Eric. And I had some things going on personally with my own property, this and that. And he said, you know, you really should get involved. So I did. And that planning board voted 6-0 against the density increase. I've asked a few questions. I don't quite still understand why there was another meeting where they did a roll call vote. And I couldn't be there. I had COVID, and they don't do the Zoom for those meetings. And then it completely flipped for that second vote. Again, I'm not sure all the things that went on, something about the way the wording and how it was posted or something. I still really don't understand how it went. But I've had different views on this density increase, and it seems like every time I hear it from one person, I'm like, oh, well, that makes sense. And I hear it from someone else, and I think, okay, well, that makes sense. But at the planning board, I thought, I actually watched myself back because I was sitting at the council meeting when Mayor Seidel kind of made a bash about the planning board not being very, knowing what they were talking about. And it's recorded, but, and it bothered me because I thought I did say some things and asked some questions that I thought were pretty good. I asked about the 65,000 cars that go by, and if we, have something worth stopping by, then people will stop. I asked about usually a density incentive, I've always heard was that you do have to include affordable housing. Well, that's, Pammy's speaking to apartments people can live in. That's not what will be built in Oldsmar. Most people's children won't be able to go and live there. They'll be too expensive, I'm sure. But density incentive is when somebody comes in and builds, they have to have affordable housing as part of that. So many units would have to be that. So that was a bit confusing. And then also just the idea that we don't have an idea of what we're doing. It seems like the city would know what we're building before we're voting on the rules of how to do it. So if it needed a density increase, why more than twice? Part of being on the planning board, when we were talking about getting a brewery, I went around to all these places that had breweries. I talked to neighbors to see what kind of impact it was. And when the density increase came up, I called people and, no names, but people that had been in positions making these kinds of decisions in the past. Safety Harbor, Dunedin, former people that had been here on this council. And none of them thought it was a good idea. And one in particular said that voting in something like this was really his biggest regret, who is no longer serving in that city. Just think really hard about why the density increase. Why did it ever become an issue? It bothers me too when people argue, but like I told my neighbor Jared when he was running, you hear all these things, but really it's just a core of maybe 20 people. It's the same 20 people. But the people that came out and voted, it was more than those people. So you might be hearing a lot of noise. The people that come to these meetings, most people don't. And it's usually the same people that do. So just keep in mind, I've kind of gone back and forth, I know. But I just don't think that a density increase needs to be voted in before we know why we want that density increase voted in. It just doesn't make sense to me. I'm a layperson, but I've really tried to think about it. I've read a lot of articles, and the city should be driving what's happening here. And then if we need a density increase for what you all decide, then that's the time to vote for it. Not now.
Thank you, Susan. Do we have any other, come on up, please.
Good evening, almost good night. We're all hoping. My name's John Monser. I live at 563 Dove Terrace, and I want to thank all of you for doing what you do. You take a lot of grief, but I got faith in all of you. I know you've been on this plan for some time. I know you've done a lot of work to get to the point that you're at. I think there's some misconceptions. In fact, I know there are, because I was one of the ones going door to door in Oldsmar, and I heard all the different stories. Most of them were exaggerations. None of them really knew that you were coming here to vote on the density, not some Taj Mahal, not a 14-foot skyscraper, just on the density. And what does that mean? That means that opens the door to move forward. Something needs to be done. We heard the past mayors talk 20, 25 years, nothing. It gets to a certain point is what I heard, and it stops. This gives you the opportunity to move forward and do something with property that, to me, some of it looks pretty disgusting next to the city hall, except on the second Friday, okay? Then it looks pretty good. But you gotta do something. So do what you know you wanna do. Vote the way you wanna vote. Don't think about recalls and all this stuff, the garbage that's been going on social media. I've seen it. I've seen the bullying. It's the same thing you see on the news at night. That needs to end. And this council needs to put an end to it. The mayor needs to lead that. You need to stop it. You don't get anything done bullying people. And in this community, I was here in 1987 carrying mail in Safety Harbor. I know how Oldsmar has grown, okay? It's a great community. It's not this division that's going on now, and it's got to stop. But you guys got to take the ball if you want to make a change and move forward. I'm for the density, and God bless you, and I hope you are too. Thank you.
Anyone against the density? Are there anyone left to speak? One more.
Hello, my name is Pam Settle. I'm at 439 Lakeview Drive. I think so much has been said here tonight. There's really nothing much more to add. We have two very distinct sides to this. I'm really excited about Vice Mayor Buckman's idea. There were some really great ideas there, and there's a lot of creativity, I believe, that's left out there to explore. And so I'm wondering if there's another option. Instead of actually voting yes or no, is there an opportunity to postpone it so that there can be more discussion, so that there can be more education, so that there can be more bridge building, so that there is more consensus? If you vote on this tonight, one half wins and one half loses. And that means you have half the city that are really angry and not getting what they want. And I think as government leaders, we can be in a position to bring people together and get better consensus before moving on, because every step from here will be contentious. People will not like what you're doing every step of the way because we haven't had an opportunity to adequately come together, talk about these issues. The people who are emotional, they're talking about their homes, their families. This is not anything light. We can't make fun of people who are upset about their home that they live in. They have every right to be upset about where they raise their children, where their largest investment they have is their home, and they have every single right to be concerned about how this decision will impact traffic, safety, noise, and the livability for them and their family. If you have ever lived in a home that all of a sudden became uninhabitable because of your neighbors, you know how miserable that is. We owe it to people to make sure we're making the right decision. Density has consequences, and we have not thought this out fully. It has not been fully discussed with the citizens who live in this neighborhood. We have great potential and talent in our community that we can tap into to find more great ideas for Oldsmar. Ideas like Vice Mayor Buckman. I was so excited when I heard about that because I thought that's out of the box, it's fresh. The Main Street Florida people I had talked to when I was running, because I knew we could bring more creativity and we could get what we deserve. Not just taking a last-ditch effort and like taking a deal to get a deal. Nobody wants to be proud of that, and nobody wants to feel like they had something shoved down their throat because there's disagreements. Well, we need to find agreement. We need to work towards consensus. And if there's a way to postpone the vote so that we can bring people together, then I'm for that. If that's an option legally to do that, then that's what we need to do. Thank you.
Thank you.
Send the meeting. 11. Yeah, but you need to make the motion before 11. So I'm just telling the mayor that we need to extend the meeting. You have a requirement that the meeting not pass 11 o'clock. And so you need a motion to extend the meeting to finish these agenda items.
So, Council Adam, do we want to make a motion to extend the meeting after 11?
Do we need to make it to a certain time? Or just
Not
to extend?
necessarily, the code doesn't say that. It just says to extend it.
Understood.
I would make a motion to extend the meeting indefinitely. until it is
Councilmember
concluded.
Gannon has a motion. Do I have a second?
Second.
Is that your first motion?
This is first second.
No, I mean, it was his
Second,
first motion ever. I know. Vice Mayor Buckman, seconds. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Motion anyone against?
Mayor, just one small
Comment? Go
point
ahead.
of discussion. Thank you for recognizing me. We've been going for another hour and a half, and I did consume a Diet Coke. I don't want to rush anyone or my own comments or your comments. So if it is permissible in the near future, if there's an opportunity for a short restroom break, I'd appreciate it.
We need to vote
but-
on this motion, though. We have a motion on the floor.
Okay, we have a motion on the floor first. Let's vote on that.
Certainly.
Extend it.
All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? That motion carries. We're going to extend the meeting till after 11 to whatever time it takes. And then we're going to recess for 10 minutes.
Are we done with
I
comment?
can do 3.
Any other
Are we
comments?
done with, can we
There's other
finish public comment?
You want to finish public
Yeah,
comment
let's
first?
finish public comment. Is that
I can
okay?
do it. Yes, sir.
Okay. We're looking for, I lost track. Proponent. Anyone left? Yes, come on up, please.
Sean Swager, 601 Spruce Street. I just waited to go last so that I can hear everybody else just kind of say everything that I wanted to say. And all my notes, then my 5-minute thesis that I prepared, like I said, everybody already said what they needed to say. So I'll be brief because I know you got to go.
It's okay.
I think Mayor Roniker and Seidel said it best. And as a recovering engineer, Andrew, you'll appreciate this. The city, again, has been going on and on about this for 25 plus years. Ready, set. Ready, set. And we're not going, sorry. Pun intended.
In all seriousness, stop.
But my point is we're doing all these, having all these proposals, all these meetings, and we're getting to the point where it's go time. And so just do the paperwork. Do the damn paperwork, please. And so really quick, so approving the density incentive tonight is really the only hope for progress. This council and previous councils have made substantial efforts and progress to developing downtown Oldsmar over the past 20 plus years. Matter of fact, each and every one of you were voted to develop downtown Oldsmar. There's no arguing that. So by not approving the density incentive, you will be sending us back in time. So when this is approved, the city will then advertise this publicly again, from what I understand, for other developers and more competition to submit their proposals. So we're not just faced with one proposal. And even if there's not, as many people have said tonight, the current proposal is not the plan. It's a proposal. So I think that's all I have, except for in about an hour, happy birthday, Andrew.
Oh, there you go. All right, do we have any other opponents? I think that's, do we have more? Yep, come on, please, yep.
My name is Debbie Lewis. I live at 1913 Dover Court. So this is not going to affect me directly, and I had no intention of talking. But after hearing everybody, there's just a couple of things I need to say. I've lived here for 35 years, and I've seen the changes, and I think they've all been really good. I like the way the little shops came on, and businesses came and stuff, and I think it was good. But I would say that there's a lot of people who have no idea that you all have been doing this for 25 years. There's a lot of people in Oldsmar that had no idea for this last election that there was an issue. So I would suggest a little more advertising. I assume you have somebody on your staff that markets. They need to do a little marketing to the rest of Oldsmar. If we've got 15,000 people here, we should have had a lot more people voting this last election. I would suggest, I would like to see this issue on the November ballot when it's a national election and have a lot of people issue. Then it wouldn't be on your shoulders. It would be on our shoulders. If it goes, it goes. If it doesn't, it doesn't. That's just a suggestion. I don't even know if it's legal, but I'm just saying. Because I listened tonight, and one neighborhood had some signs out, I guess, before the election about the election and what it was about. And in my neighborhood, there wasn't one sign. And there were a few for the candidates, but there was no issue signs. So we've been voting for you guys for years and years and years, and we might look and see what you think and what your beliefs are and what you want to do with the city, and we think, oh, okay, you'll be good. And we vote on you, and we expect you to do that. And I think the councils have over the years. But this issue, as everybody has said, has been a real dividing point. And maybe it's from miscommunication, or maybe it's not from understanding. I'm not an engineer. I have no idea what it's going to do, except that I know it's going to go up. And we don't have a lot of tall buildings in Oldsmar, and we're kind of small town. So I think there just needs to be more education, more advertising, more people involved in Oldsmar. And if it could be done in an election, I think it would be more fair. And then it wouldn't just be people saying, oh, you did this or you didn't do that. So, thanks.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, do we have any other proponents? Mr. Buse?
Hello, John Buse, 150 State Street East, a longtime resident, 1992. Had my business in Oldsmar since 2004. I'd like to start by apologizing to my great city, because I believe that I'm partially to blame for the word density of incentive being hijacked and weaponized. And what we've heard the past couple months is, I feel partly to blame. I regret not, since I've been working on this project for 25 years voluntarily for the city, trying to get a development downtown that fit everybody's wish list, I failed to show pretty pictures of what the existing density of that parcel would look like. It can be pretty bad. It's pretty more intense than everybody has seen. And the whole purpose behind the density of incentive was to try to minimize and incentivize the developer to do some things that maybe weren't 100% financially driven, and to lower the building's intensity, which is different from density. So we have intensity and density. The existing codes for that parcel, although you wouldn't have to approve them because you own the property, is quite intensive for the size of a building that can fit on that parcel, as well as the hotel, a parking garage, et cetera, et cetera. So that's kind of a bummer because I think that would have helped early on had I spent some time and money, more money than I've already spent the past 20 years, 25 years on this project, to show what that really looks like pretty. Because I like to think that the building that we were talking about today isn't even anywhere near final, and I thought it was pretty cool because it did all the things that we spent the past 20 plus years studying at public hearings and getting public input. And I'm cool that you think my baby's ugly. I don't care what it looks like as long as it looks good and it fits the box, checks the boxes that we've been spending all this time and energy doing. So the density incentive was designed to merely negotiate with a developer, of which we've had not that many, but we've had a few, and I have no doubt we can get more. That's not the issue. Without the density incentive, I believe it will set us back, but it won't ruin the job. But I still think whatever we show based on design by committee, if it's not some low-rise, piece of junk, that it's gonna be very difficult to get everyone to be on board. And that's where I failed because that's where I can bring value to the city and pretty architecture. As a developer that's in the game today, the times have changed and how the developments are worked, and piecemeal developments are very difficult to get done financially. But it can be done. We've tried it. We tried it for 20 years, and I'm not going anywhere. We'll try it for 20 more. The purpose of the exercise that you're voting on tonight isn't to cram as much as we can on that parcel. It's quite frankly, it's actually the opposite. It's to try to get someone to do something that we would prefer. And I use the word we apparently liberally because it's 50-50 for and against. So obviously I'm for the density bonus. I spent half my life working on the idea. And I just wanted to remind everyone that there's a difference between intensity and density. And I hope you can remember that when you're voting. So thank you.
Thank you, John. Are there any other people left for the against the density? Anyone left? All right, do we have any other proponents that would like to speak? Yes, please.
It's still good night, right? Or good evening, not good morning, right? We're getting close.
A couple minutes.
Sherry Clark, 501 Pine Avenue. I just want to say that I am for the density. Bought my first house in Oldsmar in 1994. I have raised a family here. I live, work, and play here. And I'd like to have some more opportunities for play. I've always been in favor of downtown. Every time it's been talked about, discussed, a little bit closer here, a little bit closer there. So I'm for it. Thank you.
Thank you. Do you have anyone else that would like to speak?
Anyone else?
Matt Clark, 501 Pine Avenue South, Oldsmar. Very well said. Very well said. That election was a shit show. So, congratulations, Katie. Best campaign out of this so far. I'll start off by saying that, yes, I supported Eric Seidel and I supported the density incentive. I want to make it very clear that on December 7th, I supported the incentive and not anything to do with construction. There was a letter that was written out tonight that Doug Beaver started writing, and he didn't get to finish it, but I wanted to hear the rest of it. But I wanted it on the record because I've got a story that I'd like to finish up on it, to touch up where you started and left off, because I think it's very crucial with what's going on with the city right now. I'm writing this letter to go on record while Dan Saraki campaigning for mayor. Sorry, it's cursive. I'm not that good. In Oldsmar in February 2022. He told me Eric Seidel's intentions were to change the zoning to put 12-story buildings to one part office, one first office. Dan Saraki needs to stop insinuating that I am a liar. I've lived in Oldsmar for 25 years and will be here for another 25 years. I'm offended that my honesty is being questioned. I'm not going to read out who wrote it. You guys have got copies of it, I believe. This letter? Okay, thank you. So I know that that's pretty harsh. I know people are probably already doing what they're normally doing on social media, because that's an insult, isn't it, Dan? That's not a good thing to have saying about you. And the problem that I have is I asked you a question on the same platform, which was your media platform for your campaign, and you took, well, I don't know whether you took it, but I know that your campaign took it as an insult, and you didn't read what I was writing. Because there's one thing that I said to Eric Seidel when I ran: I will never back down if I don't agree with you. I said that to him a week before I was possibly going to, when I was running against Andrew. And I said to him, I will always butt heads with you if there's a problem. And that was the biggest olive branch I was throwing your way to express to the people, these people here, to explain it. And I was very clear about what I wanted in the first sentence was Key West. Never changed, never changed. What they're proposing to build is 5 stories high. It's not Key West. So I made sure that I was sending you a message on that to get your point across. But instead, we've gone down this attacking and yelling and screaming. I went on to your page, I went on to Nextdoor, I put the same thing. People attacked, and then some trash bag from Largo comes in and attacks me, saying that I supported you. And I sent you a text, Dan, and you didn't even respond. I'm like, what? And then I heard the rest. I've heard all from Dave. I've heard from a lot of people. You could have killed this. As an elected official, somebody that's running for mayor, you could have stopped that. But I know it's a campaign, and I understand that's what you have to do to get elected. But it's wrong. It divided this city, and I'm very upset about that. That's not the word I was going to use. You need to stop this. You need to be a mayor now and stop this. As for the density, it's an incentive. You guys all know that once it's voted in, nothing changes. It's still 6 stories. It's still 6 stories commercial. I don't want commercial. I don't want 6 stories. That's it. Simple. I don't want that. By putting the incentive in place, you brought it down with the Woodfield project, one that I wasn't saying, yes, let's go for that. I'm all good for whatever you guys can come up with. Jared, if you want to think outside the box, do it. Stop passing blame on these 3 people. Come up with your ideas. Thank you for coming up with an idea. Thank you.
Do we have anybody left that would like to speak? Then I'm going to close the public hearing.
Mayor, can I move to have a 10-minute recess?
Okay, I have a motion. Do I have a second?
Second.
Second. All in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. All right. 10-minute break.
Thank you.
5 or 10? 10.
It's like I'm thirsty for but
Did what? No, but I know that, no, but I know that Chip just met with them. So I'll follow up, but I know that Chip just had a meeting with them like last week, maybe. Let me write it on my list. Oh, she was with.
I believe so. With Dre.
And who?
Dre, Chip, and Alex.
What is, I can ask Chip to follow up if you want.
Well, no, I'm just curious because I know.
We're on the video, so I'm sure that everybody at home isn't interested in what we're saying.
Everyone's a big one.
Hey.
Now you can turn it down a little bit because there's not as many people, so yeah. I saw it in my bag. It's like, yeah, I'm pretty sure I got it.
Yeah, everybody had, because they only gave us five sets, right? One for each of you guys, so. So you took Steve's.
Yeah, secretly.
Yeah.
Secretly took Steve's.
I'm sorry?
You feel better?
Oh, very much so, thank you.
Almost happy birthday.
Getting closer. Getting there.
And the air conditioning for this room is over there, right? I just turned it up on the right-hand side. I turned it up a
Oh, yeah,
couple degrees.
because as it empties, it gets more and more freezing.
Yeah, because I mean, they're sitting like this on my hands. You're beautiful now.
Huh? With my Diet Coke? No, thank you. That's good. It's still in there. It's in the fridge. Go grab some. There's cookies and stuff.
What do you have in there?
When we had that phone call earlier.
I think they had it.
Yeah.
Just let them hear it.
I didn't know there was Robert's Rules in here.
Yeah. You didn't know that? But it's been there the whole
It's
time.
all dusty.
Clearly, Al never touched it.
Do you, Al?
Breath mint?
That's a big stuff.
It's sugar-free cough drops.
Ooh.
Yeah, it's all dusty. That's hilarious.
I'm gonna go get another soda.
I gotta come back and just clean this out. I don't need anything. It's just all this stuff. It's like all the ideas.
Do you want a mint?
No.
This one came out of my purse.
Oh.
And this one's good. This is not
still
from
okay.
Al's stash.
Al's secret.
Order, please. I'd like to call the meeting back to order. I'd like to call the meeting back to order. Thank you. Thank you, everyone. I'd like to talk to the council about the motion, making a motion. I'd like to make a choice because of our 50-50 split with the community coming out here to vote today. I'd like to ask the commission if they would like to move the meeting and not take the vote this evening.
Postpone your meeting.
Postpone the meeting, postpone the vote.
There's no motion to postpone, we go to the next motion.
If I don't have a motion, then we are going to make a motion. I need a motion to approve.
Second.
I have a motion by Councilmember Andrew Knapp. I have a second by Councilmember Katie Gannon. I'd like to open it up to discussion.
I'll start since I made the motion. First, just wanted to say thanks to everybody that came out tonight and shared their comments, opinions, facts, and anything else that, however you want to describe the words that were shared tonight. I think obviously this is a very divided and contentious issue as it is. However, in some of the words that were probably shared amongst some is that by considering the approval of this ordinance and its companion one that we will vote on after this, potentially, it doesn't guarantee that anything happens tomorrow, a month from now, maybe even a year from now, or longer. As some folks have said, it's viewed as a tool in the toolbox or on the tool belt, and I think that is important to consider when it comes to having every option available to attract something there. We don't know what that something is. Obviously, there's something on the table right now. It hasn't taken its final form yet because Felicia is still negotiating that, and at some point would bring it forward to the council. I feel like, and I've had this discussion with some of still trying to understand just at the core the opposition to the density, right? I feel like some folks, regardless of how many people may live in any structure, just don't like the structure because it's something that's out there, it's visible, it's presented, right? It's something almost tangible. And that's probably driving some of the opposition, but maybe not all of it. So like I said, it's tough to understand it, but trying to make an effort to do so. If we were to, I know that the idea has been tossed out before as far as potentially trying to find compromise or meet in the middle somewhere. However, the number that is presented to us right now is by no surprise, pretty much driven by the potential development that's out there. So it's like if we were to amend it to something else, we just arbitrarily pick some other number with really no justification for it. Now, a developer could wind up building at something less than 65, but if I'm a developer and I want to get the greatest return on my investment, I'm looking at it purely from a dollars and cents perspective. It doesn't matter if it's John Buse who lives in Oldsmar or somebody that lives in Alaska that wants to come build in Oldsmar. So I think that's important to consider regardless of if it's something built at 30 units per acre, 65, 90, whatever the number is, it doesn't matter. Anybody that's gonna come in and build it, whether we're gonna build something or a developer is gonna build it, they're looking for a return on investment. I mean, that's why anybody invests in anything, right? You're looking to make a return. Now, if you wanna have other impacts on top of that, somebody that is a member of the community, I think that's just an added bonus. So if it were to be changed, we're pretty much telling a developer, you have to change the composition of your development. Instead of building studio apartments, 1 bedroom, 2 bedroom units, now you're gonna be building 1, 2, and 3 bedroom units. So is there really gonna be a huge tangible effect on how many people live in that structure? I don't know, I'm not in the development business, so I can't fully answer that question with confidence. However, basically what I view as with this is because there's so much division and it's rang true over and over again with many of the people that have spoke on both sides of this issue, and not just this issue, but many others, is people aren't informed. They feel like they are disconnected from their community or just not tuned into what's going on. So part of what I intend to do, regardless of what happens tonight, is when we have our annual planning conference in a few weeks, which we will maybe set our date tonight on this agenda, is to bring forward more proposal to expand upon our council priority of a connected community. Some ideas such as adding a council Q&A session, at what frequency I don't know, and also having more proactive outreach to the community. And those things are discussed at our planning conference, and until those programs are put in place, I will not vote on any development. So I'm just putting that out there now, that I think it's important to try to bridge that gap between this side and this side, right? I talked to my dad earlier on the phone, and him and I get along for the most part, but we don't always. And we kind of talked all different sorts of things. And ultimately, we settled and kind of closed out our conversation about compromise. And so that's what I feel like, regardless of what happens tonight, there are other things that we need to do. And Jared, the presentation you made earlier was great. I think some of those ideas are things that should be explored within these programs that we hopefully can come to a consensus and push forward. So I think with that, I will pass off the gavel for someone else to speak. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you very much. Any other comments? Katie? Councilmember Cannon?
Thank you, Mayor. And thank you all for being here tonight. Thank you to all of our residents who came out tonight, and non-residents who came out tonight, anyone inside or outside. I appreciate that you took the time out of your evening, late into the evening, to come to voice your opinions and your concerns. It's a privilege to represent this city, these residents, and everyone here. It was really important to me, and I'm very grateful that the city staff took the time to put out the speakers outside, to open the State Street Center, to make sure that we did not have any sort of miscommunications or a loss of the opportunity for anyone to speak or give their opinion. I was saddened to hear that some people have been discouraged from sharing their opinions at a public hearing. I received a call from someone who would be considered a proponent this evening, and a separate person who would be considered an opponent of these two ordinances. And both of them imparted to me that they essentially felt like they would be bullied or harassed for their opinion. I think a lot of important comments were made tonight about building consensus, building bridges, and finding compromise. I have reviewed the minutes from the open forum back on August 3rd, the minutes from August 17th and December 7th. The fears and the concerns of these residents who are opponents and who are proponents, wherever they fall, their fears and concerns are very legitimate and need to be taken very seriously. After reviewing the minutes and listening tonight, I'm a note taker. There's several core concerns regarding development of this parcel. The parcel next to downtown, we're talking about the downtown, but this is about the TCCR as well. Residents want a clear understanding of the traffic impact, and safety concerns are paramount. I'm glad people came here tonight to discuss St. Pete Drive and Bayview. I have similar concerns about St. Pete Drive, Bayview, Park, Washington, Fairfield, Lee, Lafayette, and others. Whatever ends up in the parcel next to City Hall, another core concern needs to contain components for current residents. Green space, public art. Jared, I'm very interested, I'm sorry, Councilmember Buckman, Vice Mayor Buckman, it's midnight. I would very much like to review your presentation in more detail. A little slower, I know you only had 5 minutes. You know, it's come across clear that people want retail space, park space, public art. We have ample medical facilities, commercial space. And there were comments made tonight about how these two ordinances can serve to reduce the intensity of what goes in that space by increasing the density, potentially, because then there's people in there and not drywall, not commercial space. If we reach the step of having essential terms of a development agreement for any proposal that implicates these density incentive ordinances and meets the application process, then the public has to have the opportunity, a meaningful opportunity to review and comment on that proposal. Similar to the town halls we did for the library proposal and more. Because if a development agreement, if that applicant includes an application for this bonus incentive, if that is approved, then at that point, it would increase the density for that particular development. Not the TCCR as a whole, but for that particular development, if we get to those essential terms. These ordinances could broaden the variety of proposals that this council or a future council, as history has indicated, it's a future council, will have, you know, the opportunity to review. I want to address the Woodfield proposal for a moment because a lot of the people who expressed concerns connected their concern to a component of the Woodfield concept plan, though to me, and I understand this is just me, it is distinct from the density incentive because it's not before us. Generally speaking, any proposal for that property that has been before a prior council has failed for one or more reasons. And that proposal has yet to proceed through the steps which our land development code requires, but people are concerned about this particular proposal. So, you know, it's been said to me that there are two kinds of decisions: fear-based decisions and love-based decisions. And I am confident that this council is comprised of people who love this city. And I am confident that this council and future councils, while having this potential tool in their toolbox, would not approve a development agreement for the current proposal or any future proposals that we may receive without critical analysis of whether it meets the needs of this community as a whole, the required concurrency studies on impacts to traffic, environment, stormwater, civil engineering, FDOT. This to me, and I respect the perspective of those who said it, but from my perspective, this is not a decision made in haste or a point of finality. To me, it's a beginning. It's a potential, and I understand that it has a potential to bring us proposals for higher densities, There's an existing proposal at a higher density. It has the potential to bring us proposals at any density, including the current one, 30, 40, 50, 65. I became very emotional tonight when our residents were speaking during open forum about what occurred on St. Pete Drive. And of course, because it's inherently emotional, but also because that was my why. That's still my why. Parents, safety, programming for young people, the way that the city has changed, leisure services, everything has continued to shift toward that focus. I want to continue doing that. Councilmember Knapp mentioned the upcoming planning conference, and I intend to discuss at that planning conference our council priorities, because I recognize that while there may have been priorities of the past, to me, I wish councils of the past had prioritized infrastructure in the way that we have been forced to in the past 6 years or the past 3 years, because that can was kicked down the road, because we didn't want to, spend the money or take on debt to deal with streets in Harbor Palms, or to fix the sidewalks, or to make sure there's visibility in our crosswalks. That's unacceptable to me. It was mentioned that we need to make sure there is not another tragedy. Mr. McDonald made an excellent point. I will not approve a development agreement, essential terms as to a development agreement, as to Woodfield proposal or any proposal for this parcel without a traffic study showing the impact to the entire CRA. Not just the impact to 580 and Tampa Road or the adjacent streets. This is a clear concern of our residents that needs to be addressed. And it's necessary for the library site as well. I recognize that that's at a different point in the process, and as was read by our city manager, there are 14 developer responsibilities for that particular proposal and 4 proposed variances. I would expect nothing less from any sort of essential terms for any proposal as to the property next to City Hall. I would expect the developer responsibilities to address the concerns that have been brought forth tonight. The downtown is important. It is absolutely a component of the city of Oldsmar. But, this 17-acre parcel, it's one of many that we are tasked to give our attention and concern to. The downtown was not my why, but it is before us. And in this very limited manner, I want to make clear my motivation for keeping this item on the agenda tonight and for not wishing to postpone the vote. It's because people took valuable time to come in December to talk to us. People took valuable time tonight, to come and talk to us and give us their heartfelt opinions. I do not believe that moving forward with an incentive, a code change, words that do not approve anything and that ongoing discussion, I believe that we can have what was mentioned by Ms. Settle, I believe, additional bridge building, consensus building. You know, Vice Mayor Buckman's presentation, perhaps other proposals that we've not even been presented with. This is something that residents have every right, as was said, have every right to be concerned about their homes and their families. And safety and our streets are equally as important. And I do not believe that they are mutually exclusive. This city has spent sums of money on the past on different priorities simultaneously. We can look at the traffic simultaneously as we look at proposals for downtown. And we can prioritize addressing the very valid and legitimate concerns that our residents have at junctures where we have the opportunity to do something about those concerns. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Councilmember Graber?
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, everyone, for participating tonight. I know that's been said before. To the city staff who's still here. Sue, I promise I'm going to get to you later. But for setting up tonight's meeting, a lot of the logistics, which weren't seen, which we wouldn't have had to do before with the anticipated crowd, the sheriff's department, the firefighters being here. Thank you. And a special thank you to the folks who have reached out to me personally to discuss this, the ordinance and the amendment to the ordinance. And just to be sure, continue to do that about whatever it is we've discussed in the past or what we may discuss in the future. That's what we're here for. And so I just want you to know that I welcome it. I try to make time as best I can in order to address those things. I know all of us do. I think we actually enjoy it. One-on-ones, we can have those conversations. I try to be as practical a person as possible and try to keep emotions out of it. My wife's here, she'll tell you it drives her crazy, but I do. And I'm not voting to build anything tonight. I'm not. I'm voting on whether or not language needs to be changed in ordinances. And I've never seen signs in yards about language being changed in ordinances. And that's what I've tried to explain to lots of folks. You may not like what you've seen in the pictures or what has been being told to you. You may think that somebody can say, well, this will allow just apartment complexes to be popped up everywhere. I disagree because it doesn't. A vertically integrated mixed-use development means you can't just have a single-use apartment complex. I hope I can break that down as easy as possible for everyone. That's not what we're doing tonight. What are we doing? Should the language be changed? Yes or no? So there's been a whole bunch of arguments back and forth about it, a whole bunch of discussion. But that's what's been on the table December 7th, when we talked about it back in August, all the way on through. And so I just wanted to try to say that as easily as possible for everybody to kind of understand. Getting all the way to what is going to go there is putting everything so far down when what we're trying to do, and as Vice Mayor Buckman said, what should be done is maybe we need to examine all options. I think, and since it was probably 17 or 18 hours ago, I have to paraphrase you, but it was, maybe we need the density, maybe we don't, I don't know. If this incentive is allowed, then we can explore, maybe 30 wasn't gonna work, but maybe it could be here. Maybe we do need it all the way to 65, but those were your own words. Maybe we need it, maybe we don't, I don't know. Amending the code to read that allows exactly what you said is what we needed in order to discuss it. And I think that's what some folks tried to point out, but again, as easy as possible as I can make it, that was part of your presentation. So I just want to make sure that that's pointed out and pointed out specifically. The rest of what I wanted to discuss has been well articulated by everybody who came up and spoke tonight. The comments we've already received. I'm anxious to hear what Vice Mayor Buckman and Mayor Siraki have to say. So with that, thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Vice Mayor?
Thank you, Mayor. First, I want to thank everybody for coming out. The citizens, the staff, and Kathy, Sheriff's Office, Fire Department, I think many thanks all around to all the city staff coming out and doing this. For the record, there was no special privilege afforded me tonight to do that presentation. I had a conversation with Tom Trask and Felicia Donnelly this morning about that. When I stood up that podium today, I stood there as a citizen, not as a council member, to present my ideas. There was no special privileges afforded me. Secondly, 2 weeks ago, let me back that up. I'm just as upset. There are people who are against this density issue. There are people who are for this density issue. There are people that are for the density issue that were my friends before the election. But when I came here 2 weeks ago and said to everybody that 55% of you voted for me, 45% of you did not, and I recognize that. But I've had one phone call from somebody who was for the density to have that discussion, to help me hear your viewpoints. If we want to bring the community together, call me, email me. My information's on the website. Let's have that discussion. Let me hear your viewpoints. I was one of the first people that was against the density issue. I was serving on the planning board at that time. I voted it down. I live a block and a half away. Yes, it's a big concern of mine. But if I'm not hearing from the other side, then what do I have to go on? So I'm asking you to please reach out to me. Let's calm down the tensions and figure that out. But one of the most confusing things for me, and maybe it's my newness on council, is I keep hearing that we've been doing this for 25 years. And I agree, I've seen it. We've seen all the plans, we've seen everything that we want to do. We've had all these great plans. But specifically about the density issue, we've had 3 meetings. And the density issue blindsided a lot of people. They were unfamiliar with what was going on. We knew there were 120 garden townhomes and a concept put together by David Wallace. We all liked that plan. Then all of a sudden, it was density. Well, what happened? And if all of these proposals in the past required the density, why didn't we do it in 2010, 2015, 2018? Why did it come now? So why didn't we do this earlier? We owe it to our citizens. We owe it to our businesses. There's no one that I've spoke to on the density side that cares about the building. The biggest concern about everything is the traffic. And we owe it to our citizens, we owe it to our businesses, before we put something in writing, to say, if a developer takes full control of that or full advantage of the 65 units per acre, what is the impact? That's all these against density folks are asking for. That one simple study. Yes, it's probably costly, okay? But if a developer comes in and says, I'm gonna do 65, we want to understand what the traffic impact will be. I'm excited, I really am, because I think it's a unique council. I think we all kind of know where it's going to go tonight, but that disagreement doesn't mean we're not going to work together. And that disagreement doesn't mean we can't be a community. Get together. I said it 2 weeks ago, I said it December 7th. You got a problem with the process, attack the process. You got a problem with a citizen or a council member or a chamber member or city staff, don't attack people. It's not helping the situation at all. So I'm looking forward to working together with all of you to make downtown a success. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Vice Mayor. First of all, I just want to say that there's a lot of emotions this evening. And as the new mayor of the city, I just want everyone to understand that I love this city. I care about the city. I care about everyone on this council. I believe we're all friends. I believe we're all going to work together. But I want everyone to understand that I love the city of Oldsmar. I haven't been on council, I've been on council since 2015. I've been working real hard to build trust to this city, and I would never do anything wrong to any of the citizens in this city, ever. And I'd like to say one thing to Tatiana. Your presentation again was excellent, and I know you're starting to fall asleep, but thanks for hanging in there. Dan, your presentation was also excellent. We needed that to soothe the citizens from that pain. A couple things, Andrew, Katie, Steve, Jared, you all said a lot of the feelings that I have for this city. One of the most important things is at the Planning Council, we need to really come with ideas for the future of our city. I feel that all of us have we've got great ideas. We're gonna come together, we're gonna work together, and we're gonna find solutions for our city for the future of its residents. I have no doubt in my mind that all of us can do that. I'm not a person to be able to talk negative about anybody, and I will never do that, ever. I was brought up to love everyone. So I'm not even gonna go there. But I just wanna thank each council member for what you had to say tonight, because I was listening to all of you. Let's please work together at the next work session. And again, I just want to say that I love this city and I would never hurt anyone and never do anything wrong to anyone. And that's really all I have to say. So we're gonna move on.
Roll call vote.
Yep. Ann Nixon, City Clerk, would you please do roll call?
Councilmember Graber,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Buckman,
No.
Councilmember Knapp,
Yes.
Councilmember Gannon,
Yes.
Mayor Saraki.
No.
Ordinance 2021-25, amending the comprehensive plan to permit a density bonus for vertically integrated transit supportive mixed-use development is adopted with 3 votes for and 2 against, Buckman and Saraki dissenting.
City Attorney, would you handle item 10, please?
Yes. I'm going to go ahead and read ordinance 2021-26 by title only. An ordinance of the City of Oldsmar, Florida, amending the Town Center Development Code, amending Section 2.1 to add definitions for density, intensity averaging, and vertically integrated mixed-use development, amending Section 3.7.1, providing that mixed-use densities may be permitted up to 65 units per acre, subject to the mixed-use bonus area standards of Section 3.7.5, amending Section 3.7.2 to provide that transient accommodations may be permitted up to 150 units per acre, subject to the mixed-use bonus area standards of Section 3.7.5. Amending Section 3.7.5 to revise the maximum floor area ratio and to allow for mixed-use developments as well as density intensity averaging and providing for mixed-use bonus area. Amending Appendix A, Architectural Design Pattern Book to provide that density and intensity bonuses are available for vertically integrated mixed-use developments subject to the mixed-use bonus area standards of Section 3.7.5 of the Town Center Development Code and providing for an effective date of this ordinance. That was the second final reading of ordinance 2021-26 by title only. Since we've already heard all of the presentation by city staff and you've heard from the public on this issue, you can just go ahead and be a motion on the ordinance.
Thank you, Tom. I need a motion to approve.
So moved.
I have a motion by Councilmember Andrew Knapp. I need a second.
Second.
Second by Councilmember Steve Graber.
Discussion.
Discussion?
Nothing additional, Mayor.
I will yield.
You? Anybody else down here?
Nothing further.
Since there's no discussion, roll call, please.
Councilmember Graber,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Buckman,
No.
Councilmember Knapp?
Yes.
Councilmember Gannon?
Yes.
Mayor Saraki?
No.
Ordinance 2021-26, amending the Town Center Development Code and Architectural Design Pattern Book to permit a density bonus for vertically integrated mixed-use development is adopted with 3 votes for and 2 against, Buckman and Saraki dissenting.
I would like to return to the rules of the day, and we're going to move to the consent docket.
Motion to return to the rules of the day.
Thank you. I have a motion. Do I have a second?
Second.
I have a motion by Councilmember Graber and a second by Councilmember Knapp. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes. We're going to move on to the consent docket. Anne, would you read the consent docket, please?
Yes. Item number 4, approved minutes of the March 22nd, 2022 Canvassing Board. Item number 5, approved minutes of the March 22nd, 2022 Council meeting. Item number 6, waive bid requirements and approve purchase of a replacement pump for main lift station at Water Reclamation Facility from Mater Electric Motors per Lee County Contract Number B190409JJB, piggyback 20-028.
Does anyone wish to pull anything? I need a motion.
Motion to approve the consent docket as read.
Second.
I have a motion by Councilmember Gannon and a second by Councilmember Knapp. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes. City of Oldsmar, Felicia Donnelly, you got the floor.
Item number 7, presentation of proclamation for the Mayor's Water Conservation Challenge, proclaiming April 1st through 30th, 2022 as the Water Conservation Month in the City of Oldsmar, and calling upon residents to take an online pledge to conserve our natural resources. At this time, the mayor will read the
Okay,
proclamation.
thank you. I will read the can I do it right here?
Yeah, and then Daniel will accept
Oh,
it.
okay. Why don't you sit down, I'll redo it here. It's getting late.
Or you could stand the whole time.
Wayland's Mayor Challenge for Water Conservation. Whereas the City of Oldsmar, the region of Tampa Bay, and the state of Florida continue to explore ways to manage residential consumption of water and power, and to inspire its residents to care for our natural resources. And whereas the Southwest Florida Management District wants to encourage water conservation to ensure the sustainability of current and future water supplies in the region. And whereas cities can engage in efforts to inspire their own communities as well as their neighboring cities to become better environmental stewards. And whereas the 2022 Wayland Mayor's Challenge for Water Conservation is a healthy, nonprofit competition for cleaner communities by promoting water use and pollution reduction between our cities. And whereas the encouragement of their mayors, residents may register their participation in their city's challenge online by making simple pledges to decrease their water use and to reduce pollution for the period of 1 year, thereby assisting their cities to apply state and federal water conservation strategies to target mandated restrictions. Now, therefore, I, Dan Saraki, Mayor of the City of Oldsmar, Florida, do hereby proclaim April 1st through April 30th, 2022 as Water Conservation Month in the City of Oldsmar, and I call upon all residents to join me in taking the online pledge to conserve our natural resources dated this 5th day of April 2022. All right, got through that.
No, it's not.
Tatiana. Tatiana's got it.
She's getting it.
There we go.
There we go.
Tatiana's phone went to sleep.
One more. Item number 8, presentation of the National Library Week proclamation declaring April 3rd to 9th to be National Library Week in the city of Oldsmar. I would like to ask Councilmember Graber to read and present the proclamation.
Thank you, Felicia. From the office of the Mayor of Oldsmar, Florida, a proclamation, National Library Week. Whereas libraries are accessible and inclusive places that foster a sense of connection and build community, and whereas today's libraries and their services extend far beyond the four walls of a building, and everyone is welcome to use their resources. And whereas in times of crisis, libraries and library professionals play an invaluable role in supporting their communities both in person and virtually, and whereas libraries strive to develop and maintain programs and collections that are as diverse as the populations they serve and ensure equality of access for all. And whereas libraries have long served as trusted and treasured institutions for all members of the community, regardless of race, ethnicity, creed, ability, sexual orientation, gender identity, or socioeconomic status. And whereas libraries are cornerstones of democracy, promoting the free exchange of information and ideas for all. And whereas libraries, librarians, and library workers are joining library supporters and advocates across the nation to celebrate National Library Week. Now, therefore, I, Councilmember Steve Graber, on behalf of Dan Saraki, Mayor of the City of Oldsmar, Florida, do hereby proclaim the week of April 3rd to the 9th, 2022, as National Library Week in the City of Oldsmar, and encourage all residents to connect with their library by visiting online or in person to access resources and services. Dated this 5th day of April, 2022, and it is my honor to present this to our library director, Susan Early.
All right, thank you. City Clerk, anything else?
Happy birthday, Councilmember Knapp.
Oh, that's right.
You're early.
4 more minutes.
Early.
Oh, it's going on.
Happy early.
I'll just be.
But thank you.
That will go really slow. Last 4 minutes.
So how old are you gonna be?
37.
Whoa.
Wow, I wanna be 37.
I turned 40 in October.
Wow.
And asked if it was a big one. I said, everyone's a big one.
That's true.
All right, let's move on to item 11, City Council, schedule annual planning conference. We have some dates in front of us. Felicia, do we have a date that we all agree on?
The consensus that I was able to find is Tuesday, April 26th at 2 p.m. And then on the next agenda, we'll discuss rescheduling the previously scheduled CIP at 2 p.m.
Okay,
to another date.
thank you. Item 12 is appoint council
We
rep.
need to.
We need a motion, we gotta
thank
approve
you.
that date.
Yes, thank you. I need a motion.
I move to select Tuesday, April 26th at 2 p.m. for our annual planning conference.
And second?
Second.
I have a motion by Councilmember Andrew Knapp and a second by Vice Mayor Buckman. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes. Now item 12. Steve Graber, what happened?
The meetings are on Mondays from 10 to 12 for the TVRPC, and that was manageable when they were all virtual. I don't know if that's going to still be the case, but due to my change in positions within my company, it's no longer allowable for me because of scheduling conflicts.
Okay. Felicia Donnelly, do we have someone that would like to do that?
I don't have any particular. I believe that you can ask the.
Does
the
anybody
council
want
see
to
if they-
volunteer to be the Tampa Bay Regional Planning Council?
When were the meetings, Steve?
They're on Monday. It's usually the second Monday of the month, if I'm not mistaken, from 10 a.m. to 12 p.m. And so they may remain virtual. However, if they don't, then to be in person and tracking attendance and those sorts of things, I just can't commit to another year-long commitment.
So I served on that board, and they do meet from 10 to noon, but
Where do they meet at typically?
it's down all the way to the end of US 19, where it ends, and then you have to make a left. I can't remember, but they have their own
Like
building. It's a
Pinellas
big,
Park or something like that? or
yes,
Largo?
yes. And it's actually a really good group, and we really do need somebody for the city of Oldsmar to be there.
Yeah, I'd be interested. My schedule's flexible enough, so, you know,
That's wonderful.
So we just need a motion to appoint
I
him.
would make a motion to appoint Andrew Knapp, Councilmember Andrew Knapp, as our representative to the Tampa Bay Regional Planning Council and Tampa Bay Regional Resiliency Coalition.
Wonderful. Do I have a second?
Second.
Oh, okay. I've got a motion by Councilmember Katie Gannon and a second by Jared Buckman to approve Andrew Knapp as our new Tampa Bay Regional Planning Council member. All in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Aye. Any opposed? All right, motion passes. Council comments. Let's start with Councilmember Kramer.
Nothing for me. Thank you, Mayor.
Okay. Vice Mayor?
Just a couple real quick things. Really excited about the Pinellas Festival of community bands coming to REO this weekend. My wife being a musician, my daughter in band, and it's gonna be a really exciting time. And I know there's a lot of other events, but I'll keep it short tonight. Excited about being at Earth Fair in about 7 hours.
Yeah.
Grand opening.
That's true.
Really excited about that. I do want to bring up Oldsmar Days and Nights. What a great event that was. I did take one for the team. I competed with the Chamber in the Wing War, the Hot Wing War, and I won.
You did.
The good news,
Council's of Champions.
I volunteered this year, and I think we voted Katie because she was not
Yes.
there for next year.
I still don't have my voice back yet, and I can't eat spicy food, you guys. But any other sort of competition related to eating, maybe pie? I could do pie.
Other than that, I have no other comments, Your Honor.
Thank you. And I just want to say, that's the first time since I've been doing that, watching the Hot Wing Contest, that Mark Howe lost. Am I right? That's the first time in years. I mean, he's been doing it forever. So
Got a ringer now.
we got a victory there. Councilmember Knapp?
Thank you, Mayor. Just a couple of things. I know a lot's been said tonight about the tragedy that took place a couple weeks ago, and I just wanted to touch on a couple things related to that. First off, I know obviously we have our annual planning conference coming up, so I don't know when the investigation will complete surrounding what took place, but I would hope in quick succession after that, we can hopefully have some action take place. Hope if that means even an extra work session that we have to schedule to bring the community together to get, you know, some traction there. So I really, I'm looking for, as unfortunate as it is, I'm looking forward to us finding a way to improve the safety of our streets. And then on a related note to that, I spoke with a few individuals, and based on what took place during that, I wanted to extend a sincere thank you to Eddie Martinez, who was the first on the scene. I know he is probably dealing with a lot related to that incident, and I had some conversations with the city clerk, and I feel it would be really appropriate to honor him in some way other than the typical council manager award that we give out. Ann had done some digging, and we have given a different type of award before to the Gross family called the Patriot Award. Obviously, in this instance, it's not about a patriot, but a hero. So I would hope that maybe the council would like to consider as a future item to recognize him, and whether reusing that name or repurposing that name and doing something for him, as well as obviously something in the future in memory of Leah. So that's all I have. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Councilmember Gannon?
Thank you, Mayor. Lots of events coming up that Ann talked about. It's all available on our website. I don't want to make a list now. I want to thank everybody still watching online or still here for coming tonight, for reaching out to me, whether it was by phone or in person. I want to as Councilmember Knapp mentioned, have a work session or something to address in some way. You know, I talked to a couple of residents who put it how I would put it, which is, you know, I know there are areas where I feel unsafe with my kids, right? Crossing the street, wherever it is. I'm not a traffic engineer. I'm not familiar with the required federal guidelines. I've you know, read guides for municipal elected officials about, you know, transportation and traffic signage and things like that. But you know, we have experts that can tell us what can go where. But you know, I want to make sure that we do that as soon as possible. Also grateful that our department heads and our city staff and our charter officials were willing to look at additional dates for the council planning conference and separately the capital improvement budget meeting. I know that it was possible to kind of stuff it all in one day, to have the planning conference, then capital improvement, then, you know, go to the volunteer banquet. But it was really important to me that we give enough time for both of those things separately, because as the mayor mentioned, I think, well, and as we've all mentioned different things this evening that we hope to talk about at that planning conference and potentially later at the capital improvement meeting. I wanted to make sure there was sufficient time that we could do that. So thank you, everybody, for making the time to participate in those things. I know there are members from the public that want to make sure adequate time is afforded to each of those things. That's all I have generally, Mayor.
Okay.
I don't want to keep anybody quite past 12:05.
He's got to eat his
but
birthday cake.
a very happy birthday to Andrew. It is
think it
now
just
past
showed up,
midnight, so.
All right, well, thank you, Councilmember Gannon. All right, I just have a couple things. Earth Fair tomorrow, 7:30 a.m., ribbon cutting, excited about that. They're coming back into town. I would shop there all the time. I was very depressed when they closed, so I'm really, really excited about this. I attended 2 of the open houses last week, and I really want to give kudos to the city staff. I mean, you guys were all there. I was at the Gull Air one. I got there a little bit late because I was at a meeting, but when I got there, there were a lot of residents there. Very, very positive. Andrew, I just want to say, Councilmember Knapp, thank you for coming up with that idea of those open houses. Very productive for our citizens. I thought they were really well ran, very organized, great job. And then I went to the one in the morning. I was a little tired, but I got there at 9 o'clock. There wasn't as many people at the rec center, but the people that were there, you guys took care of them. It was very positive feedback from everybody I talked to that went to the open houses, and great job to city staff. I want to just bring that up. Last thing I want to bring up is leadership class of 2022 North County Day. Councilmember Knapp is in that class. I'm an alumni. Katie Gannon's an alumni. They will be here in Oldsmar next week, Wednesday, the 13th. Okay. I'm inviting everyone on the council, and if anybody else wants to come, and you're invited, Felicia, Tom, Kathy. We're having a hockey shootout at 2:15 at the hockey rink.
Oh, no way.
Awesome.
Yes, we have a goalie. One of the city employees is going to be a goalie. The class will be doing a shootout. If you score a goal, you go to the next round. And you keep going, and we're going to have a winner, and we're going to get dinner for 2 for somewhere. We're working on that. And then after that, the bus will be heading over to here to take pictures of the artwork outside, the wings outside. And then they're coming up here. We have snacks coming from Chick-fil-A, just a snack. And Felicia, our city manager, Felicia Donnie, and I will welcome the class of 2022 here in the council chambers. And then after that, they hop back on the bus and they're all going zip lining.
Oh, wow, how exciting.
Andrew's going ziplining.
So it sounds like the agenda is all done?
Yeah,
Can I get
it's
it? Can I get
all-
an email to me soon?
Yeah.
That's the running joke in leadership.
No,
It's
here's
the day before.
So this is the running joke, right? I got somehow sucked in to be the chair of this. I didn't mention it to you guys because I was like, I was overwhelmed with the election and everything else, but that was a lot
I've been
of.
on the board meetings.
It's
I'm the new alumni director
Oh,
on
are
the board
you?
of directors, and they're like, so yeah, North Pinellas Day, Dan's gonna let us know after the 15th of March. He'll let us know what's gonna happen.
So we finally,
Knew that you
we've
would-
been doing Zoom calls like at 5 o'clock the last couple days, and we finally got it finalized. Everything is done. And we've got sponsors, and thank you to all the sponsors, and it's all coming together, and it's gonna be a great day. Great day for Leadership Pinellas, and that is really a great organization. I really do enjoy that, as you guys know. And other than that, last thing was Oldsmar Days, very successful. I do want to mention one thing that, Jason, that you're here. The 6-hour shift, beer shift, is a little bit long, I think. I would like to change that. I think what we're gonna do next time is maybe we're gonna have a council member go to each shift, maybe, so we don't have to worry about sunshine law or anything like that, and maybe a council member could go to each shift during the weekend. Maybe we'll divide us up, so that one of us is there. Or if that doesn't. Right, yeah, and if that doesn't work for you, then we're thinking about dividing it like 2 3-hour shifts. So that, I'm just throwing some ideas out to you. But very.
Standing.
Yeah, my feet were pretty beat up, and I know Felicia was complaining too.
Oh. Okay.
Other than that, that's it for council comments. We're gonna move on to item 14. We're gonna approve the tentative agenda for April 19th council meeting. Would anybody like to add anything to the tentative agenda?
Yes.
Okay.
So in light of everything, and this has been on my radar for a while, visiting other councils around, other city councils in my run for election, I love you, but I would love to see us add something where local spiritual leaders are giving the invocation in our meetings.
Okay, we can have that on the agenda for open discussion, sure.
I've had a conversation with the Sullivans, and they're excited about the idea as well, so love to talk about it.
Okay. I also would like to add something, please. I would like to add July 5th. I would like to move that meeting. That's the day after July 4th, or I'd like to cancel that. I've been on council before when Mayor Beavis was on, he was the mayor on council, and we did cancel one time. Katie, I believe you were on too at that time.
I think,
Yeah.
or right after someone.
And the reason why I want to add that on for discussion is because a lot of times the city employees have family, holiday, vacation that week, and I'd like to put that on the agenda to discuss. Okay. All right, so do I have a motion to approve?
Motion to approve the tentative agenda as amended,
With the new.
as stated, with these 2 new items.
Perfect, do I have a second?
Second.
All right, I have a motion by Councilmember Katie Gannon and a second by Andrew Knapp. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes. I guess that's it. I need a motion to adjourn.
So moved. Woo.
Second.
Don't need a motion, but good night.
Happy birthday.
Oh, here they are to give you the birthday.